tomorrow is in the vision and plans put in place and executed today. It therefore gives me great pleasure this morning to have an opportunity to set us thinking as we have been looking at the nexus between land, climate change, and conflicts. And now we are trying to tie it. What kind of preparations do we need to do if we are to get good results? My intention is very deliberate this morning that I want to provoke us. I know we have been saying that we need to think outside the box. But this morning, I want to tell us that we need to be outside the box. When you think inside the box, you are within that box. But for us to deliver Africa, to bring our region to a place that it needs to be, we all need to be outside that box and look at it critically and see what we need to do. Institutional preparedness. I want to look at it as putting in place a holistic and functional system with a clear understanding and anticipation of today's and tomorrow's risks and how best to address them, so that we are working with a consciousness that there are risks to deal with today, but there are also risks and threats to address if we are to see tomorrow and secure that tomorrow. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite you to look at life from a very different perspective. Look at life first as a battlefield, is a war zone. Or better still, look at life and all that we are involved in as a wild park. You can't make it in a wild park if you don't have a clear direction. You can't make it if you find yourself in a war zone and you don't have a clear strategy on how you move, calculate your steps, prevent yourself from being at a particular target from diverse bullets. And that's how we need to approach life. I don't know how many of us have been able to approach life from that perspective. But I want to say that Africa, often we have become casualties of life. Not because of our history, as often would like to look at our colonial experience and the likes. I think it is not fair to keep on blaming the colonialists, yet we have been independent for so many years. We have had access to technology and all these things. It is time that we take responsibility and confront our future and destiny as people that knows what they are doing, so that our education can move from just regurgitating and trying to repeat the things that have been done, but dissecting and contextually applying ourselves to the dictates, appreciating the environment where we are. In a session here, I asked ourselves, are we communities or we are not? Often we talk as if we are strangers who came from somewhere and we are no longer part of the communities simply because we went to school, we have the degrees, we have the PhDs. Where do we stay? We talk about our states and our communities as if it is not our brothers, our sisters, our fathers, our mothers who are in leadership positions. The time for us to engage and build institutions that will take care of the threats that we see, the threats that we have created by our own actions is now here. And I think this conference gives us a good invitation to a very detailed and realistic self-reflection first, then community reflection, and then national reflection, and then a regional reflection. Ladies and gentlemen, the propensity to accumulate and mortify ourselves in pursuit of self-preservation is at the center of the distraction to our institutional growth and strengthening. Somehow, we believe that if we acquire and accumulate wealth, that we are able to safeguard ourselves from the threats of poverty. Well, I think in my little life so far, I have seen the rich of yesterday who are poor today, no matter the amount of wealth that they did. The security lies in building sustainable institutions that will address posterity, systems that function, and the discipline to follow those systems is what we need. We have laws that we never follow. We have institutions that we never support. Because we think that if I acquire more, then my family or my people are safeguarded. That is not the way to build our institutions. Therefore, we find ourselves at a variance because we approach our society from a static perspective. Yet the society is dynamic and always changing. When we talk about our cultures, we are there from a discussion down here. We talk about traditions as if culture has ever been static. No, culture is always dynamic. Culture responds to the emerging challenges and threats so that the community or a people are able to respond and to move to a higher realm of existence. That is the understanding that we need to bring ourselves into as we talk about institutional strengthening or building to address the threats of climate change and the conflicts that arise therein. 5 things as I conclude. How do we prepare? Number 1 is vision. You can't prepare and plan for what you can't see, even in your imagination. Therefore, we must start by proper visioning of the demands and the changes within our societies. If our institutions are to respond to the changes, then we need to look ahead and say, in 1 year, how will it be? In 2 years, how will it be? In 3 years, how will it be? And then ask ourselves critical questions. If these are the changes that are going to be, what do we need to do at the very local level? What do we need to do at the local government level? What do we need to do at the sub-national level? What do we need to do nationally and regionally to address the emerging threats? It is so important so that we do not walk like people that are blind, groping in darkness in a broad daylight. Number 2, robust analysis and appreciation of the risks that we have, the threats that are emerging. We need to pay keen attention and always, and not the kind of risk analysis we do for our projects for the purposes of convincing a donor to put 1 shilling or $1 here and there. No. A holistic process, knowing that our whole existence lies on the kind of analysis that we do. And when we are able to do this, we would be able to live with that consciousness that the risks that we face today can help us to plan and address the risk of tomorrow. But sometimes, my fellow brothers and sisters, we are not strangers to the changes coming as a result of climate change and climate variations. We are not strangers to the conflicts that are arising thereof as livestock migration routes are changing here and there. But we wait for our brothers and sisters from the West to put in $1 so that we can rise up and organize ourselves. What is the problem? How? We have institutional, local institutions. Why are we not mobilizing and connecting ourselves at the local levels, using our local resources to build our own resilience? Must we depend on people outside? Must we put money where our own existence lies? These are the things that I want to invite us to reflect over as we engage in this discourse. Number 3, preparing and informing and engaging our communities. Every change process delivers on the account of knowledge, for there is no attitude that changes without knowledge and information. So, we must deliberately invest in the aspect of information and knowledge so that we can steer our change process. What is poorly managed in Africa is the change process. Number 4. Good, I still have 2 more minutes, and I just have 2 points to finish. Number 4 point, We need to put in place now, because we have a vision, we have a robust analysis of the risks. Now we can put in place the laws, the policies, and the institutions that now help us to deal, to mobilize us towards the destiny that we are headed into. And when we do that, number 5 thing that we need to have is to mobilize and allocate funds, starting from the local units, because that's where the action is. In Kenya, currently, the discourse before the election was bottom-up process. I don't know how it's going right now, but we need to put the resources where the action ought to start. And the action starts from our local community structures coming upwards. Let's invert this pyramid and move from bottom upwards. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to put and welcome us that we need to do coordination. We need to work together so that we break the syllogism and attribution drive. We work, but we want to get the credit. We forget about the communities. We need to move from visibility. Visibility is not delivery. We must have deliverable outputs that are visible and speaking by themselves. And then that way we shall say that we have prepared our institutions. Finally, one of the threats to institutional preparedness is the individual interest in acquiring and accumulating wealth. And I've said, in my little life, I have seen those that accumulated wealth yesterday also suffering the same eventualities. We are in the same region. Don't over-accumulate. Release it. Let us build institutions. Let us share so that we can move together into stable, peaceful, prosperous region. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Shadrach, for those remarks. Allow me to invite Justice Angote to come and speak to us. Okay.
Yes, good morning. Now, I've prepared a PowerPoint, but I think because of time, we will see I will see how to shorten my presentation. As the moderator has told you, I'm the presiding judge of the Environment and Land Court in Kenya. And my presentation is going to give you the practical aspects that the country has taken for the purposes of reducing or actually managing land conflicts through legislative and policy reforms. And if I was to ask that question, if I was to explain myself in less than a minute, which is the best practice that we've put in place as a country, I'll start by actually mentioning the court where I work. This is a court which, as you'll see in my presentation, came into being 10 years ago just to deal with this particular issue that we are talking about today. Now, we all know that most of the conflicts, especially in our national governments and especially at the regional level, are colonial in nature because of the skewed distribution of land during colonialism and after independence. And that is the problem that we are still dealing with up to now. And in Kenya, we actually still have what we call the government land or public land, which informed the conflicts that we had, especially after every election, in terms of what we call back home there land clashes, and I've never known how land clashes, but that is the term we use wherever we have those particular disputes. And we've been having those disputes. We had them in 1992, in 1997, in 2007, and as a country, we had to deal with those particular issues. Now, I'll just go straight to my slide number 5, which talks about the land reforms in Kenya. The call for land reforms in Kenya started in 1990 when we had just introduced our multi-parties in politics, and these reforms actually gathered speed after the elections of 1992, where we had skirmishes with the sole complaint by the citizens that their land had been expropriated either by the government or by other tribes. And what happened in 2003, the country actually formed a commission which was supposed to look into the issues of the complaints that had been raised by the people in terms of which is this land that was illegally acquired. Now, that's when we had what we call the Ndung'u Commission, and its mandate was actually to inquire into the unlawful acquisition of land in the country, identify the beneficiaries of this public land since independence, and then they were supposed to propose or recommend appropriate measures. What were the findings of this particular commission? And these will inform the best practices that we put in place as a country. The commission confirmed that there was massive displacement of the indigenous people during colonialism and after. The commission recommended for cancellation of numerous titles that had been allocated to certain individuals and corporations, and also they were supposed to have an inventory of what public land is. Those were the findings of the Ndung'u Land Commission of the year 2003. Now, the other recommendation, or rather the other finding, was that we need to have a specialized court to specifically deal with the conflicts so that we remove the issue of cases from the mainstream courts and have a specialized court with specialized judges to be able to see how they can resolve the disputes which were causing this particular conflict in the country. Now, that explains why we have the National Land Policy of the year 2009, and this was the game changer. The National Land Policy is the bedrock of our current legislative land reform. It considered, or rather it considers all the historical and political factors that have caused land conflicts in the country, and it addresses the issues that the Kenyans had actually raised when the Ndung'u Commission went around the country, inquiring on what the problem is. So when we are talking about the National Land Policy, for us is one of the best practice that we ever put in place as a country to respond to the issues that were being raised by the citizenry. And the 4 most important recommendations or formulations of that policy were: 1, we must have constitutional and legislative reforms. 2, we have to deal with the issues of land administration and access to land by our people. Then we have to deal with the present and historical injustices so that we are able to address the complaints that were being raised by the people. Of course, last and more importantly, we were supposed as a country to have institutional reforms so that our people are able to address their grievances. Now, what was the first, that was the first policy that we had as a national land policy. The second policy, which is a more recent one, and that will be the last policy I'll be talking about, and which is actually the genesis of this particular discussion, is we undertook as a country an alternative justice system policy. And we went around the country and asked the Kenyans, how do you want us to deal with your disputes outside the court system? And this policy, after undergoing public participation, was actually put in place in 2020. And the framework has the National Steering Committee, whose work is to coordinate with the communities on how they are going to resolve their particular conflicts. The National Steering Committee is gazetted, and it's a legal body whose work is to find out the modalities of dealing with the alternative justice system in the country. And its functions, I'll just mention three of its functions, is to facilitate the dialogue between the judges and the magistrates and all the other players in the land sector, the stakeholders, the communities, the clans, and all those people who are stakeholders in the land sector. They were also supposed, or they are supposed, because it's a committee is actually functional, to monitor mechanisms and submit reports on the state and practice of the AJS, and also to develop tools and guidelines to guide the alternative justice system. I will not look at the advantages that this AJS policy brings out, but I'll mention the four models that we have in the country, which are operational. Under the alternative justice system policy, we have four models. The first one is the autonomous institutions, so that communities are autonomous. We have communities which are autonomous, and they are supposed to deal with their conflict, or rather conflict within their communities. Then the second model is the third-party institution, which is the most used model, the mediators, where we refer all the cases or most of the cases, the mediators, to resolve those disputes at the community level and then refer those decisions to the court for purposes of adopting them, the decisions of the court. So those are the models we have, and I'll not go into detail. I'll now look at the legislative reforms that we've had in the country. The first one, of course, is the Constitution of 2010. It actually identifies traditional dispute resolution as one of the mechanisms that the country should employ to resolve all its disputes. It also gives each and every citizenry an equitable access to land, and also it establishes the court where I'm presiding, the Environment Land Court, which is a superior court to deal with land disputes. It also establishes a very important commission, the National Land Commission, whose mandate is to manage all the public land and also to address the issues of historical injustice. And I've seen some of my commissioners are here, and they have been reviewing what we call the illegally acquired parcels of land, and also historical issues of historical injustices. So the Environment Land Court, this is the last bit of my presentation, is a creature of the Constitution alongside the National Land Commission, and we work hand in hand. The Commission is a quasi-judicial body which goes out there, liaising with the community and addressing their issues. And the Environment Land Court is a court whose only mandate is to deal with environment and land disputes. And it's headed by a presiding judge. Currently, we have 53 judges who are who've been posted across the country. And we have our own registrar and our deputy registrar. In addition, we also have a court mediation registrar, or rather court annexed mediation registrar, who collects all the information across the country in terms of the matters which have gone for mediation and the its data and give us the files for purposes of adoption of the every court, who report to us what is actually happening on the ground and in terms of what disputes are they resolving, so that each and every court has a small committee of what I can call laymen and women in each and every region. So in conclusion, what I can say is that the country has gone through now 3 elections without any skirmishes relating to land, and unlike the 1992, 1997, and the 2007 elections. And in my view, this is an indication of reforms which are actually working, and more so in terms of taking disputes back to the people, and the court being used just as a facilitator of the resolutions that the communities are actually arriving at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Sangote. We keep saying Kenya is our best practice in terms of this. Allow me to invite Maria. Maria is going to speak from a private sector perspective. Welcome, Maria.
Asante sana, Esther. As Esther introduced me, Maria Mariale. I'm working as a Chief Land Officer at the African Development Bank. As she indicated, our moderator, I'm going to speak from the investors' perspective, from development partners' perspective, from your bank's perspective, because African Development Bank is your bank within the continent. As I indicated, I'm operating within a center called Natural Resources Management and Investment Center of the bank. And we are working with our member regional countries to make sure that natural resources are well managed and natural resources are becoming stimulus for economic development. Natural resources are helping our continent in reducing poverty, and we are going to transform this continent through natural resources. We are rich in natural resources. So it's very important to make sure that the natural resources we have are well managed. Within the center, we are having 3 pillars. The first pillar is on natural resource governance. And within governance of natural resources, I'll just go straight into land governance itself. We are looking at policies, we are looking at the institutions, we are looking at stakeholders, all the stakeholders, the beneficiaries who are involved in the whole sector, and making sure that everyone involved is responsible at his or her own position to make sure that the natural resources or land resource is well governed within the continent. To start with, what we have been doing within the bank, through our own departments, we have implementers of these investments. As we have said, you are our clients, you are our beneficiaries. And wherever we have projects, these projects are being implemented in these countries. So we have agricultural economists, we have water and sanitation engineers, we have mining engineers, we have all the officers who are operating with you in your countries to make sure that the projects are realized. So we did a deliberate effort of making sure that we are developing guidelines which will create that needed awareness and skills and capacity to make sure that the investments which are being developed, designed by yourself in your countries together with the bank are responding to the good governance which we are promoting. So we managed to develop guidelines which are covering all the steps of the project cycle, from programming to the supervision and completion of these projects. So we have taken steps in making sure that our task managers, who are our officers, are well conversant on land issues. when it comes to what has to be done. Apart from that, in our programs and projects, which we operate with you in your countries, we made sure that land governance is mainstreamed in every intervention at the country level, at the regional level, or at the continental level. I'll just give an example of a program which we developed for the IGAD region, which is on enhancing resilience, promoting resilience for climate resilience for food security in the IGAD region. We have worked with you in Somali, in Djibouti, Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, in developing this program. But what we have realized is that there were a lot of limitations, or I can call them gaps, when it comes to land governance mainstreaming in these programs and projects, in making sure that we achieve the objectives of food security, in making sure that the land we have is assisting or becoming the foundation of making sure that our continent is being fed with the resources we put on. And what we have done is making sure that, first of all, this is the region which is very much affected by the climate change. So the issue of land degradation was very much emphasized in making sure that we have components within the programs which are responding to the issue of land degradation. However, there were a lot of issues which have to be taken into consideration when developing such a program, such as land rights, because we would agree with me that in order to make sure that we manage well our land or our resource which we are implementing the programs and projects, one needs to be secured that that land is his or hers for a certain period of time. So whatever investment or whatever obligation that person is given to manage such land is coming from the heart, that I'm doing something on the land which belongs to me. That is just an example which I gave from the IGAD region. We have been working with Sahel region as well in making sure that we are promoting land governance and specifically land management, and to make sure that we promote security of tenure so that the land management efforts become sustainable. However, we are facing several challenges when we are implementing these particular programs and projects, because we need the country themselves to be ready and to agree that these are the issues which we would like to resolve within a project. Because you might have an investment project which is coming to your country, but if you say that we don't need, we are okay with the way land is governed in our country, it becomes very difficult for the bank as an investor to request you or to make sure that the issue of land tenure is part of those processes. It has to be a demand-driven request, which would enable the interventions into these countries to resolve all land-related issues. That is on governing land resources. The second area which we are looking at is valuing the land resource as a capital. When we look at a loaf of bread, just take an example of a loaf of bread. You'll find that one will cost that loaf of bread, incorporating the cost of maybe the baker and maybe the person who was storing the wheat. But I'm not sure how much value is integrated, the value of that land which the wheat was produced from. We need to make sure that when we do the interventions, when we do the investments, when we value the cost of, let's say, an irrigation dam, it covers even the value of the land. So what we are promoting at the center is making sure that the value of the natural resource is being incorporated to all the investments which are undertaken. And we have embarked into this process, and we hope that we will work with you all in your respective countries to make sure that we come on board and try to find ways whereby we can start to make sure that those resources which are used, specifically land, are being valued as an economic resources and being promoted and being acknowledged when we discuss values of our commodities. The value for land, where is it? That is very important. The other area is where we are focusing on is investment facilitation. We are trying to make sure that we create that enabling environment for investment facilitations. We are working together with other development partners in your respective countries. What we have done as well is to map who is doing what and where. So for every country, when it comes to land issues, we have tried to make sure that we are trying to understand who is doing what in order to avoid duplication. And most of the time, we are trying to do collaborating in our interventions and making sure that the donors who are on the ground are working with us to make sure that we are realizing the objectives which we want our countries to achieve. But all in all of these are being rounded around issues of climate change and conflicts. When you look at land governance, we are making sure that we are advocating for land rights so that issues of conflicts can be resolved. Issues of animal migrations, there are some countries which are facing those issues, and there are a lot of borderland conflicts. We had on the first day issues of issues that pastoralists are facing, and are raising lots of conflicts. We have seen the issues of climate change, making farmers trying to live out, to get away from farming and move into other activities, let's say fisheries, and making and creating more conflicts with those who are currently undertaking those activities. So how can we resolve these issues together? As investors, as the African Development Bank, we only work with countries in terms of investing on land that is secured, on the land that is secured, on the land that does not have dispute, on the land that has got evidence of ownership. So these are the issues which we would like to promote, and we are open to all the development partners. We invite all the countries. Our doors are open. You can come to us. What we need from you is just an expression of interest that you are ready and you are requesting the intervention of the bank to make sure that we work together. This is your bank. It's the bank which belongs to the continent, so that we can work together to transform the continent, to feed our continent, to secure our inhabitants, and make sure that we get the Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Madam Esther, before you continue, we have a critical piece of information for everybody who has not done their COVID test and might need to travel. Kindly make sure you see the team outside within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So please see them and close that out. Thank you.
Thank you. We will not have a Q&A session because we are running late, but I liked the note at which Maria stopped. If you want money from the bank, better do what? Secure rights to land. We are going to break up into our sessions. We are behind schedule, and we will try to save up time on lunch. So we will not have a full hour for lunch. We will have 30 to 40 minutes, and then we'll go back to the afternoon session just to try and catch up. Breakout session 1 or breakout session 6 will be here in plenary, will remain here. Improving land governance for food systems transformation coincides very well with our last speaker. The session moderator is Mr. Paulie Dude, who's right here. We ask those who are interested in this session to stay here. Session B or session 7 is in breakout room B, which is
Regal.
Regal. That's the one right down here. I'll be moderating that session. Those interested in that, and it's an interesting session, please come. Session C is gauging the impact of weak tenure rights on food security and nutrition. I'm conflicted, I want to attend that session, but anyway. That session is in the Mera Hall, which is below here. The moderator is Caroline. Caroline, are you here? Yes, Caroline is right there. The session is down here. So I propose that we all get up and start moving towards our sessions. If you have a presentation that you have not yet submitted to Mitch, he's at the back, and you're part of these sessions, please do that. And I'm going to request that we run, yeah? I'm going to run really fast to my own session. God bless you, and let's meet again over lunch at 1:30, but we will convene at 2 p.m. in our other sessions. Thank you. Paul, just come and take over from me so the mic doesn't go off. Can we stand up, stretch, so that those who are walking out don't feel like those who are staying back have more comfort? Just stand up, stretch a bit as Paul comes and as we walk off. Thank you so much to the panelists. It was wonderful hearing from you. I have learned a lot, Maria, that my job is important.
Please unmute and get started. Yes, welcome.
Well, wait. Hello to everybody.
Hello, welcome, Tezera.
Thank you.
The participants here are waiting for you, and they want to listen from you.
Ready. I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, please quickly introduce yourself and go ahead with your presentation, please. We have 15 minutes, and we're so strict on time because we're running late. So please start.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tezera Gitahun. I work for Pastoralist Forum Ethiopia. And, just I do have more than 3 decades experience on pastoralism. Currently, I'm a director of the institution, and I'm going to tell you today about voicing pastoralism through creative advocacy, which is the experience and the lesson learned from Ethiopia. Next, please.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the purpose of my presentation is to inform you on the essence and the significance of Ethiopian Pastoralist Day, which we call it advocacy instrument in Ethiopia, and also to trigger new thoughts, ideas, and the modalities or instruments for the betterment of pastoralism in the region. The genesis of the Ethiopian Pastoralist Day emanated from long-standing arguments and the myths, which is we share from the globe and also from the region, that is underestimating pastoralism as a way of life and a production system. So the myths, some of the myths are emanated from the tragedy of the commons. And some people say that mobility is inherently backward, outdated, chaotic, and disruptive. So all these myths and arguments have direct implication to the pastoralist development in my country, Ethiopia. This gives implication about the geographical and the social, as well as cultural marginalization regarding pastoralism, economic and the political marginalization. Even representation of pastoralism was very difficult if you consider like 2 decades and a half ago. Lack of clear pastoral policy and strategy. These are some of the genesis that emanates the advocacy role of or using Pastoralist Day as an advocacy instrument, just to address these issues. In the summary, we can see that the knowledge gap regarding pastoral development, marginalization or rounded marginalization, lack of inclusiveness in the social, cultural, and economic development in the country. This has got a resultant effect that brought about power imbalance with the power demand and the power supply, so that the pastoralists have been suffering for pastoral and friendly policy, strategy, and practices. This, just to give you some background about pastoralism, it is a way of life and a production system or a livelihood system for more than 14 million citizens in Ethiopia. In terms of administrative waradas, we do have these waradas, which is equivalent to district. It is about 100, more than 180 waradas belongs to the pastoralist community, which covers about 60% of the national total land mass. In terms of economic value, pastoralists, IGAD estimated about 8.5 billion USD production based on the 2019 market prices. The pastoralist areas, especially the lowlands, have got economic and the social relation with the highlanders in Ethiopia, which is that shows the mutual coexistence or the mutual or coexistence of the lowlanders and the highlanders. And in terms of safeguarding the environment, pastoralists have got significant contribution in managing the rangelands. At the same time, safeguarding the biodiversity in the country. That's also in terms of homegrown governance, the GADA system, as you know, in Oromo, ethnic group, and the clan system in Afar in the Somali. So the social contribution of pastoralism in governance is significant. Having all these practices in the background and the myth that brought about the question of development from the pastoralists themselves. These are the old guys who really talked about, like 25 years ago, we need development, we need to have name, we need to have recognition. So this pastoralist today was come to being to just cover the converge collective voices for the better heard and for better pastoral development. Since 2008, it has been recognized as a national day after 10 years fight or advocacy with the government. Now the government has given recognition as a national day. This is really a historic milestone for pastoralism in the country. The celebration modality, actually, this is a very good experience, which the other friends, colleagues can take it as a best experience. We do have a ceremonial session, which include elders blessing, because they're pastoralists, they have to bless their God and their environment. Awarding hero pastoralists and the partners, incredible festivity. There are a lot of things going on. This is the festivity part, the ceremonial session, to just have shown the essence of pastoralism for the partners and the decision makers. The second pillar is, next please. The second pillar is the most important part, where the government representative from the federal and the regional produce progress report of the development, both the economic and the social, as well as the political milestones regarding the pastoralism. This is addressed for the pastoralists themselves, and there is a resolution based on the discussion. The elaboration of policy statement by higher official, especially by the Prime Minister himself and his cabinet members, and the face-to-face discussion of the head of government and the representative pastoralist, so that this is a direct injection as it is a citizen monitoring mechanism. The pastoralists directly ask the head of the government what is happening to their previous resolutions. So the government gives direct intervention on the question raised by the pastoralist. This is the second pillar of the core advisory, the core session of the Ethiopian Pastoral Day. Actually, these three pillars are really intermingled. They are not separately done, but for the sake of presentation, I'm just put it in this way. The third pillar is the best practice and experience sharing the pastoralist, because it is in the rotational way. The day is celebrated in rotational way, so that the Afars can show their living costumes and development status for Somali and the people coming from the southern and the Oromia pastoral colleagues. Also, there is innovative exhibitions. Partners and the pastoralists can make exhibition so people can attend and learn a lot from that. All these processes, most of the processes are live transmitted by Ethiopian television and the radio, so that it's reaches a wider participant or partners regarding pastoral development. The milestone on this pastoralist days, when in 2000, and it's a former Prime Minister addressed pastoralism in this way. This is a statement which I should read for the participant of this conference. Transforming pastoralists to farmers is not our government policy or position. The government policy in relation to pastoral is transforming the traditional livestock production system into modern and improved production system. This is what the former Prime Minister declared. That means people are always confusing pastoralists to be sedentarized and become farmer, but farming is also part and parcel of the pastoral system. So the government officially accepts pastoralism as a production system and a way of life. This is a milestone for us in terms of advocacy. These are actually, I'm not going into all this list. We celebrated 18 times the Ethiopian Pastoralists Day for the last quarter of a century. We talked about land issues, about the governance, about conflict, food security. All these things have been discussed because these are the mottos we addressed during various Ethiopian Pastoralists Day for the last 25 and plus years. This is actually the distribution of Ethiopian Pastoralists Day across different groups in the capital city, in Afar, in Somali region, and in Oromia. So in total, we held 18 times, which have brought significant differences in pastoral development and inclusiveness in the country. Key achievements, most importantly, profile of the pastoralists raised. That's obvious because pastoralists have got recognition in the country, changing government policy towards pastoralism and institutional development. Now we do have a ministry full mandated on pastoral production and the coordination of pastoral issues in the country. We do have different pastoral bureaus, commission across different regional governments. The pastoral development and the strategy have been developed and are now put in action since 2019. Actually, still some activities are remaining to develop, guidelines and other actions in terms of an institution. Pastoralism and the pastoral development have become a national agenda. These are actually achievement of our achievements using or implementing the Ethiopian Pastoralists Day as an advocacy instrument. Just to make a point, the Ethiopian Pastoralists Day is celebrated in integrative way. That means the government, the federal government, as an executive organ, the parliamentarian, the regional government, and the Pastoralist Forum Ethiopia from civil society are organizing jointly so that these achievements are for all of us. Even this pushed for the United Nations year for international year for rangeland and pastoralism, because we need to have a global perspective of pastoral development, including the rangelands. But this Ethiopian Pastoralists Day now is being replicated in Kenya, Uganda, and definitely in Tanzania, so that we are going to have a regional type. We are discussing with IGAD to have a regional type of pastoralist day so that the pastoralists across the region can come together and voice and celebrate their day. Still, we do have challenges. Inadequate appreciation and valuing pastoralism. These are pastoralists deserve credit as a sophisticated and ecologically viable food production and the land use strategy is the only means of producing the food without replacing the natural vegetation. We need to continue advocating about this valuing pastoralism. Inadequate clarity of many pastoral actors on pastoralism. Some people say that pastoral development issues are low level of integration in action. Does drought instigate famine? Because we are always relating conflict and the drought and the famine issues with the pastoralists. Those thinking and thoughts are still there. So we need aggressive advocacy at the regional level, not only at the country level. Lack of clear and long-term pastoral development strategy. Some of the countries, we know that they do have Vision 2030 and all these things. We are still bounded on 10 years plan, so that we need from the regional organs to have like a 3 decades or 4 decades long-term type of planning, so that we can have better resilience in the pastoral community. Still, we do have a fear of emerging mega projects, factors, and technologies disrupting pastoral system by taking large productive grazing land and diluting pastoral population and the cultural settings. We should monitor and follow and make an advocacy to address these issues. As a key message, shifting the dominant paradigm, focusing less on limitation of pastoralism. We have been talking for the last many decades about the degradation, conflict, population, pressure, etc. But we need to also talk about pastoralism and the pastoralist from its potential perspective. That is, the livestock is there, social capital, land. We do have a lot of resources, so that when we are thinking about the development of pastoralism, we need to focus on the potential perspective too. The other way is, pastoralism is not a problem, it's solved. This is a word taken from one of the scholar on pastoral development, but it is a way of life and a livelihood system to be supported and developed. This should be an underlying thinking to when we are thinking about pastoral development, getting more coordinated, harmonized, and aligned, and entering full action for betterment life of livelihoods of pastoralism. Finally, develop long-term roadmap, as I've said, 25 to 30 years, so that we can have a long-term development objective goals, where to reach, how we are going to define pastoralism, and how we are going to develop pastoralism. So these are the points. So enhanced knowledge-based pastoral agenda setting. Definitely this thinking, this tech message, key message, can go with the International Year on Rangelands and Pastoralism, which is going to be started on 2026, as you know. These are some of our authors' advocacy tools used along with Ethiopian pastoralists today. We talked about MDGs, about camel disease, about marketing, about environment protection. We're producing such advocacy tools. Finally, here we go. I'm done. So, the key message also, this camel is telling us is paradigm shift from shouting to counting. The pastoralists should start, counting. The shouting time is over, so that they have to count their development. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Let's give him a hand clap again. Thank you so much, Mr. Tezera Tirune. I'm going to invite colleagues here to pose a few questions, comments, and ideas arising out of your presentation. But before I have anyone coming up, I'll ask you to tell us, reading from your presentation, you sound very hopeful. I want to tell us where you see pastoralism in the next 25 years. What's the future of pastoralism? Given what your experiences in Ethiopia and the region, where do you see us in the next 25 years? Secondly, do we have laws that are protecting the pastoralists? Specifically in Ethiopia, or if your research has taken you around the region, would you want to share your experiences about the legal framework that protects the livelihoods, activities, and investments of the pastoralist communities? Then also make some highlights about the enforcement of these laws, if at all they exist. After that, I'll invite colleagues here to gather a few questions, And then in the interest of time, we should be shifting to another topic in the next 10 minutes or less. Thank you. Mr. Tezera, please.
Fundamental questions. It is obvious that the meat and the milk demand for the coming 30, 40 years is increasing as the population in the highland or the central highland is increasing. So the need for pastoralism, which is the only and the possible way of having making the rangelands productive with pastoralism, so that the existence of pastoralism is imminent for the coming quarter and beyond the centuries. That's what we wish, because this is not by willingness of people, but the economic growth in the region is in need of pastoralism, so that meat and the milk can be harvested from the marginal land of the countries. The legal framework, yes, we do have now the Ethiopian constitution enacted in 1995 has got a very good provision that supports pastoralism in the country in terms of even getting a very good payment from what they sell in terms of market, and protected them not to be evicted from their land without their will. This is a very good legal protection in terms of constitution. Also, we do have a policy, pastoralist policy and strategy, which substantiates and strengthens the provision in the constitution. Also, we do have, actually, it is not like mandatory unless it is endorsed by the parliament. We do have the African Union policy framework on pastoralism, which is enacted in 2010, that gives a very interesting protection regarding pastoralism. Also, there are some regional instruments which are enacted by IGAD. These instruments safeguard pastoralism to exist, but in practice, there are still some challenges. Regarding the need, what's going to be happen, actually, this should be taken as a concerted effort so that, pastoralism can exist. It's not by willingness. Pastoralism is a way of life and a production system, so that even it is a constitutional right to be a pastoralist in Ethiopia and, of course, in the region at large. But still, we need a concerted effort to develop pastoralism. The drought case is eating the Horn of Africa at this time also. So we need to have a long-term resilience program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, now the floor is open for you to make comments, contributions. Someone has the mic around there to pass it. I'll start with Chairman, then Mohammed. Chairman, someone is going to bring you the mic. Just a minute. You introduce yourself briefly. I know you, but some people here may need to know you. Sure. Mr. Tezera, stay online so that you pick these questions and respond to them or comments.
I'm alert. I'm alert to receive comments.
Thank you. I'm Robert Ladu, the chairperson of Land Commission, Republic of South Sudan. Pastoralism is very important because we depend on the products of the animals, the livestock for milk and meat. However, we need to differentiate because we don't want pastoralism to be a hobby. It should be a way of life. Because if you compare livestock in Europe, it's not the type of pastoralism that we have in Africa. Why I'm saying this, because pastoralism in Africa causes problems to farmers. And even the pastoralists, they don't have economic benefit that accrues out of this livestock. I know there are some countries, like South Sudan. Before Sudan was united, we used to have an estimated of 36 million heads of livestock. Southern Sudan alone is estimated to be having 11. Out of these 11, in the normal market in South Sudan, you don't get milk, like here we see in Uganda. While I've traveled, I went to Tanzania, Rwanda. Rwanda has only 1 million. And out of this 1 million, they supplied the market of Rwanda, Eastern Congo, and Burundi. So my question is pastoralism. What is the economic benefit that accrues out of that? Because a farmer is being tasked for his crops. I don't know in other countries. In South Sudan, we don't task the pastoralists for the animals they keep. And these animals cause problem to farmers. If the farmer depends on the food that he cultivates, the same he depends on his milk and meat. What is the economic benefit that accrues out of that? And are these animals being tasked, for example, in Ethiopia, as per head or otherwise?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Chairman. Let's have Mohammed behind you, then the gentleman at the back. Introduce yourself, then make the comment briefly.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Paul, and Mr. Teresa. Allow me just to ask my question in French, please. Merci, Monsieur le présentateur. Je voulais juste, non pas poser une question, mais faire un constat. Nous savons que les villes constituent l'avenir de toute l'humanité. Lorsqu'on voit que on parle ici du pastoralisme comme un mode de vie, n'est-il pas encore assez urgent de se demander est-ce que ce mode de vie de pastoralisme...
Just hold on, Mohammed. I want to get another mic so that my friend others can translate for the team here. If we have a physical mic, so that he just translates to for the benefit of all of us here. Or the person in the translation booth can have, I don't think all of us have headphones to speak. Great, thank you.
Maybe he can restart.
Yeah, you can get the question again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur Otas. Je voulais savoir et poser peut-être, non pas un commentaire, mais une description de la situation. Nous savons que dans l'agenda 2063, même de l'Union africaine, les villes représentent peut-être l'avenir de toute l'humanité et de toute l'Afrique. Pratiquement jusqu'à 113% de la population africaine vont vivre dans des villes. Lorsqu'on parle ici de mode de vie pastoraux, n'est-il pas assez compréhensif que c'est un mode de vie qui est voué à l'échec? C'est-à-dire que de plus en plus maintenant d'Africains vivront dans des villes. N'est-il pas maintenant assez...
Okay, make it bit by bit so that you can give us that bit. Others can give us that.
He is saying that his is mainly a contribution and he's referring to the SDGs as an important framework and the context in which many people are moving from rural to city, and how does that poses a threat to pastoralism?
N'est-il pas maintenant assez important que de plus en plus notre stratégie de résilience et de nos propositions doivent être plus axées vers les agro-pastoraux, de comment faire en sorte que, avec le changement climatique, avec les conflits, avec maintenant la sécheresse, comment faire en sorte maintenant de plus aller dans ce sens des agro-pastoralismes que d'un pastoralisme à part entière, dû aussi à la transhumance.
And now he's saying, also in the context of climate change, isn't it better that we probably promote agro-pastoral practices instead of pure pastoralism?
Parce que pour faciliter quand même à ce que l'ensemble de cette chaîne de vie ne soit pas aussi menacé. Nous savons que le changement climatique est un fait que nous ne pouvons pas aller contre. Mais comment maintenant faire en sorte que nos populations puissent déjà être beaucoup plus proches d'un secteur intégré, c'est-à-dire beaucoup plus proches des villes, avec des catégories agro-pastoraux pour quand même atténuer ces effets du changement climatique.
So his point is probably the agro-pastoralism would be much more resilient than pure pastoralism, given this rural migration and the climate change context.
C'est ma contribution.
That's his contribution.
Thank you so much. I have someone at the back. Then we shall go back to Mr. Tezera to respond.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. My name is Japheth Kasimba, and I just wanted to make a quick note on the previous colleague who asked about, made a statement that the pastoralism causes problems to farmers. What is the economic benefit? It's like posing a question that, can we just do away with it and move these people to something else? And I think this is a debate which has been on for a while, and I think it comes from South Sudan. South Sudan is one of the countries which benefits a lot from pastoralism. In this region, it has been proved that pastoralism is the only viable economic activity that can thrive in the arid areas. You cannot go and plant bananas in the Hausa regions that we have. You cannot go to Turkana and tell them to plant mangoes. It can't work. We have tried it before. We did researches, and I remember sometimes some people came from Sri Lanka, and they were planting mangoes for Turkanas and helping them to irrigate, even drilling boreholes. They were very frustrated because immediately they left out or was left to dry. And the environment itself, the climate cannot allow that. Only livestock keeping thrives in such kind of environment. And so pastoralism is something we cannot wish away in some countries, because some of us come from very rich areas in terms of rains, agricultural and arable land. We have countries in this region whose land is more than 80% arid. What are you telling them to do? Are they supposed to be moved out of their livelihoods? No, we can't do that. And that's why I'm really supporting this pastoralism discussion and saying that there's a lot of economic value. The research is done by IGAD through ICPAD, show that our countries, member states, have about 10 to 25% of the GDP contribution from livestock. Majority of this livestock comes from the pastoral regions. And therefore, with the 70% of our land being arid, then pastoralism is the only viable activity we can protect, and see how they can work together with the crop farmers and not say that one should survive while the other one drops out. I think we have moved from that long time ago. There are a lot of legal frameworks. It's only Ethiopia which has a policy framework, explicit policy framework in this region on pastoralism and rangeland management. What we have in Uganda is a draft form. The other countries, some of them may be also having drafts, but we do not have an explicit law that protects pastoralism from even encroachment of their lands, from the mistreatments, and the kind of standardization pushing them out of their livelihoods because of the other competing rights in the pastoral lands. I think this is a high time. We need to call upon our member states to look deep into this. I think actually South Sudan and Sudan are leading in terms of the countries which are benefiting most with the pastoral livestock in terms of meat. And Sudan exports most of the meat and the live animals from this region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll have the gentleman behind, then this one, then we shall allow Tezera to respond. Introduce yourself and what you do then.
My name is Yusuf. I come from Sudan and I work for an organization. I really wanted to come back to the previous speaker's point. And in fact, this...
Previous speaker, you mean the person who asked? The gentleman at the back.
The gentleman at the back.
Thank you.
And I'm teased to say this because some people have some misconceived misperceptions about pastoralism simply because they think pastoralism is an animal moving from area A to area B, causing conflicts between the people, for the people that herd moves through them to the other area. Pastoralism is a complete set of life. And pastoralism is not about the animal only or the herd. Pastoralism is about a herd, about a family, about natural resources and encompassing environmental policies. So that is an entire setting of something. At the moment, Sudan has 104 million heads of livestock. Cattle alone composes around 46 million heads of livestock. Those 104 million heads of livestock all live on dry lands. Lands that cannot generate mangoes, cannot generate bananas, they generate livestock. In a study done by a team of professionals a few years back, if Sudan had no one single head of livestock, and Sudan has no red beef or mutton or anything, and if Sudan was 34 million people, and if a family only eats 4 kilograms of meat in a month, the Minister for Finance needs to import meat for equivalent of $2.4 billion a year to feed those people. The entire population of Sudan is now eating meat from pastoralism and fed by God through rains. Livestock generates and contributes a handsome percentage to our national economy. I think, I cannot generalize, but I think we need to look at pastoralism probably by country basis, where some countries think they don't want to see an animal or a person following an animal, and where some countries want the entire population transform into pastoralist communities, because land is used by a number of people. One of them is farmers, and farmers too encroach into pastoral communities, seizing land, pushing pastoralists away, and that causes conflict. We need to do justice to these people by doing one thing: just understand what pastoralism is and what it supports of people, economy, social aspects, culture, and the environment. Pastoralists are the best custodian of environment compared to mechanized farmers and the timber harvesters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have the gentleman at the front. Then we shall have Tezera respond to the issues that require responses. Or you, okay, after him. Introduce yourself and tell us what you do, then you give us the question.
He will be speaking in Somali, then I will translate.
Okay, that's fine.
His name is His Excellency Mahmoud Said Aden, the first Vice President of Jubaland State of Somalia.
Okay, Your Excellency, please go ahead.
He's appreciating that he's very grateful of this very important meeting, and in particular this session. And we appreciate all those who worked that this meeting to be happen here in Kampala.
waxaa kaloo mahadcelinayaa saaxiibka ku jira laynka oo runtii si fiican loogu sharaxay ama isku cudur ka nahay ama isku garasho ka nahay xagga xoolaha dhaqashadooda.
I extend my appreciation for the wonderful presentation made by the participant from Ethiopia, who really give us a touching presentation that we have a same culture when it comes to pastoralism.
waa run xoolaha annaga Soomaaliya waxaan la yidhahdaa Soomaalidu waxay ku nooshahay cadka iyo caanaha macnaha hilibka iyo caanaha bis ayaa noo ah cuntada iyada rasmiga ah oo aan isticmaalno.
Our main culture as a Somali is that we live on two things, that is meat and milk.
marka waad garan kartaan xoolaha muhiimadda ay noo leeyihiin maxaa marka hadda sanadihii dambe ama waqtiyada dambe isbedel weyn baa jiro oo xagga xoolaha oo dib u dhaca ama noloshoodu ku saabsan.
So that we understand the importance of livestock, but recently for the last decades or years there was there's a huge gap and a disadvantage that has occurred in the livestock progress in the Horn of Africa and in particular Somalia.
caqabadaha ku yimid waxaa ka mid ah dadkii oo badanayo magaalooyinkii oo fidayo dhulkii daaqa ahaa oo magaalooyin isu bedelayay tuulooyin ceelal biyo laga samaynayo taasoo mar walba xoolaha daaqoodii dib weyn ku ah.
The main challenge now of this livestock is that increasing of urbanization, whereby the urbanization is expanding and people are using infrastructures and also wells, and this also will affect the grazing land for the pastoralism.
waxaa kaloo soo baxaya dad ayagana xiraya dhulkii oo si gooni ah si shakhsiyan ugu faa'iideystaan taasoo dadka xoolaha dhaqanayay iyo dadkii dhulka oodanayay ayagana mushkilad weyn ka dhex taaganta.
Also these people who use the land like a private and also took the public lands supposed to be given to the pastoralism for grazing, and that also restricts the grazing zones for the livestock.
marka caqabadaha inoogu waaweyn marka oo hadda aan u baahannahay dawlad ahaan in shuruuc laga dejiyo oo loola dagaalamo oo aan rabno khabiiriinta maanta halkan ka hadashay iyo shirkanba in laga gacasiiyo iyo hay'adaha ku shaqada leh xoolahaba waa saddexdaas magaalooyinkii iyo in la kala saaro daaqa dhulka laga samaynayo ceelasha biyaha iyo dadka dhulka xiranaya intaas ayaan u baahannahay in maaragtay shuruuc iyo nidaam iyo aan u helno qaab looga hortago si xoolihii looga fikira ilaa xoolaha haddayna daaq helin ama area loogu talagalay ma jirayaan waa sii baaba'ayaan maalinba maalinta ka dambayso.
Of all those challenges I stated, this privileged, we want to put on the table an appeal to the international partners gathered. This is that we wanted to be supported on policies and structures whereby we can be separated grazing land and urbanization, and structures in place and institutional capacity development that can be able to build our institutional capacity so that we can improve the pastoral process in the Horn of Africa and in particular Somalia.
maadaama aad ogtihiin Soomaaliya 32 sano ugu dambeysay xaaladda ku sugnayd hadday soo kabanayso marka qaybaha aan rabno in gacanta laga siiyo oo aad iyo dadka Soomaalida looga caawiyo waa xagga xoolahana waa kheyraadka inoogu wanaagsan ama noogu badan ama aanu garanaynaba si loo manaafacadsado ama loo horumariyo marka aad baa masantii intaasan shirka ku kordhin lahaa talooyinkii.
As you aware that Somalia is a post-conflict recovery, and for the last 32 years our governance system is weak, and our main income, our source of income or the livelihood is depending on livestock. So I conclude that we need a support on institutional capacity development that we can enhance this pastoralism issue in terms of economic income and both and livelihood. Thanks.
Thank you, Excellence. Let's have the gentleman there, and we have, yes, your name and what you do, then just a minute for your question, then we close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And then I really thank the Ethiopian presenter for pastoralism and what a rangeland. There are 2 or 3 things I want to. My name is Peter Dukuani, an assistant professor at the University of Juba on land management. There are 2 or 3 concerns I want to share, and then maybe some 1 or 2 questions to the presenter in Ethiopia. One is that we should really know that the cattle in South Sudan, we have a large quantity. From my research, we have about 12 million cattle, and goats and sheep may be taking up to about 30%. I mean, 30 of them, 30 million, putting all together, maybe about 35, 40 million, all of them together. We now get our meat from Uganda, by the way. So in some way, the cattle we have are of very small value, although one should recognize that pastoralism itself is important. At the moment, at this point in time, the economic value of the cattle in South Sudan is very, very minimal, really, because of the way of management, maybe. And then that in Sudan, I have very little knowledge about. So we should know this information very well. And then from Ethiopia, I want to know really whether they have a mechanism, pastoralist movement control. Because in South Sudan, the cattle actually move anywhere and everywhere, to the airport and everywhere really. And then there's a component of politicization of this pastoralism in South Sudan, by the way. And then all of us, the politicians, academia, and the government need to look at this very, very critically. I would be happy if we shared this from the Ethiopian experience, so that we have a very, very proper control of the movement of these pastoralists. Can Ethiopia help us and maybe even share this policy that they have already developed? Maybe these are the concerns I would like to share with us here. And then maybe last thing is that this is a very important venue for learning. And then what we hear from here is important. We have a pastoralist association in South Sudan. But then I think the empowerment of this association and the pastoralists themselves is something very, very important that we need to learn from Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think, Tezera, you have a lot on your plate from this side. So many comments that you may not need to address, but there are some questions that require you to respond. Please go ahead and just make it concise in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of the questions have been addressed by my colleagues, because of their exposure to pastoralism and their interest of pastoral development. Just to summarize, all these questions and assumptions, some of the things are assumptions, actually. It is, the first thing is what we put on, just the lens we are wearing defines, just our thinking regarding pastoralism. That's why I said that we shouldn't really only focus on limitation of pastoralism. Why should we really base on potential of pastoralism? There are livestock, there is land, there are a lot of underground and as the surface minerals, water, and a lot of things. Why should we really emphasize on that and make a utilization of those resources? This is number one. IGAD has got a very good document on valuation of pastoralism, so that, just if you refer to those documents, it shows that, or it tells us how pastoralism is significant in terms of economy, so that that guides us to look into the potential of pastoralism. Otherwise, if you are dwell ourselves only on limitation side, we would like to invest on changing the livelihoods of the pastoralists in the name of development, so that where the pastoralists are forced to sell their resources and buy poverty. That's why, the drought situation, and they are living with handouts. Otherwise, if you focus on the change the dominant discourse of pastoralists are poor, pastoralists are affecting farming. By the way, farming and pastoralism have been together for the last 10,000 years. Some documents show that. Just agriculture is not, or pastoralism, agriculture is not coming, from pastoralism. There is no archaeological or anthropological evidences. So that this is the way the lens we put, the development lens, affect us. So that there are a lot of documents, that's a good thing. The other one is from the Ethiopian experience. The movement is regulated by their own traditional institutions. The Somali pastoralists, for instance, they can go to their neighboring relatives so that we don't have a problem. The pastoralists coming and taking the airport. No, we don't have such problem because Somali pastoralists, they do have their own territories of movement, dry season, wet season for the mineral, and even they share many things with the neighboring community rather than their lineage. The Oromo pastoralists, it's like that. The Afar, we do have also in the western part share with the Sudanese friends, so that we are not politicizing pastoralism, and the pastoralism are coming into the town and claiming all these things, but they do have their own towns. For instance, Jijiga is a pastoralist town, which is the capital of the Somali region in Ethiopia, so that they take it as a positive development, so that for if you need some communication, we can have email exchange, and we can explain, not to take much time of this conference. The third and the last one is about this agro-pastoralism is better than pastoralism. Actually, pastoralism is, it has got different components. That means even agro-pastoral is a subset of pastoralism. Still, many people are academicians, as my friend said. It is debating, but just as a broader context. If you see agro-pastoralism, farming, and there are a lot of livelihoods subsystems which is under pastoralism, so that we can focus which part of pastoralism is more productive at the moment, and based on the geographical location and the resources, so that what's the difference between developing acacia and developing mango? Because it is the thinking for the pastoralists that acacia production is much better than mango, given those areas not suitable for farming. So that let's refer to most of our documents. Pastoral Forum Ethiopia is here to support any regional initiatives. My address is found with the organizers. And also there are a lot of colleagues actually working on pastoralism at the regional level and the Ethiopia level. Let's come together and just make out of the best with our knowledge and resources. Thank you very much, Sir Chair.
Thank you so much, Tezera. Let's have a hand clap for Tezera once again. A hard one. Thank you so very much. We clap for you. Of course, there are many things to take home, but if you remember the last submission by the gentleman from South Sudan, the professor, we request you to share the experiences. Someone mentioned that only Ethiopia within the region has comprehensive legal framework about pastoralism and livelism of pastoralists. So please share the information with us. You can share with ILC or the Secretariat. We shall pick from there and distribute to all of us. Thank you so much for preparing and finding time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wish you
and
the very
participants.
best. Thank you. Bye-bye. So, colleagues, we're now going to shift to the second presentation. This comes from Fikiru Takele and Murugeta Gadisa. Can we have them online and have a quick presentation so that we have a small question and answer session, so that we're in time for the lunch break with our friends from the other sessions. The technical team, please connect us to the next presenter. I'm advised that our next presenter is ready. He's being set up online, so we give him some 10 minutes or so, then we proceed. Murugeta Gadisa, you're welcome. You're online, please unmute and proceed. Murugeta, please unmute and proceed. Apologies, participants, for this. I think connection is still a problem, but let's give him a few minutes to set in, then we have the presentation. My apologies to you all. Hello, Mengistu, please
Hello?
unmute and present.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can all hear you. Please proceed with your presentation.
Please display my presentation PowerPoint. Thank you very much. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we also have the chance of seeing you? Open your
Can
video,
I proceed?
please.
Can I proceed?
Proceed, but if you can, please put on your video so that the community here can see you.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mengistu Tasamma from Ethiopia. I work for Land for Life Ethiopia, a civil society organization, and it's working to improve land governance through strengthening the existing multi-actor platform. And this multi-actor platform brings all relevant stakeholders together to promote collaboration and participation. So, this is the outline of my project, and the project has introduction, overview of the concept of land governance and food system transformation, assessment of policies and land rights security in Ethiopia, the link between land governance and food system transformation, the impact of large-scale investment on food system transformation. Please, next slide. These are the outline of my research. And introduction, Ethiopia has a huge investment potential for agricultural development. The agriculture subsector accounts about 30, yes, okay. The power to administer land has been given to the regional authorities within the context of the federal constitution. The food system also involved the wider, sorry. Thank you. Okay, responsible agricultural and food system essential for food security in the context of national food security. And sorry, are you with me? Hello?
Yes, please proceed. We are following, please proceed.
So responsible agriculture and food system is essential for food, enhancing food security. And the agriculture and food system encompasses the entire range of activity involved from production, processing, to the consumption and disposal of goods. Food system also involves a wide range of stakeholders. The people, institutions are within the food system. Next slide, please. Please. So addressing the 4 dimensions of food security and nutrition, that's availability, accessibility, stability, and utilization, is a significant increase in responsible investment in agriculture and the food system. So responsible investment in agriculture and food system refers to the creation and productive asset. So responsible agriculture in Ethiopia, the transfer of land that have taken place have brought several issues of public concern. It is also arguable that land investment is associated with further disempowerment of indigenous people, dependence on government for food security. Besides, there is no meaningful pre-project assessment. There is nothing in place to ensure that local people benefit from the business opportunities that this investment could present. So this research, therefore, is trying to strengthen the issue of land rights of communities for ensuring food system transformation in Ethiopia. So please, next slide. So the objective of the project is to improve land governance for food system transformation in Ethiopia. Specifically, the research analyzes the way to strengthen land governance, assess food system transformation, assess policies and strategies related to land governance and food system transformation, and also analyze the impact of agricultural investment on food system transformation in Ethiopia. The methodology of the project research is, the information is in this study is purely secondary source, both published and unpublished sources. And the limitation of the project is it is limited on the secondary data or information, so desk-based literature review. Next slide, please. Next slide, yes. The second is overview of the concept of land governance and food system transformation. Ethiopia's land was comprised of 40% cropland, 21% grassland, 13% is forest land, and 52% is other land, according to the FAO. Most of the agricultural land are concentrated in the central highland part of the country. The forests are mostly found in the western part of the country. So the land governance, according to FAO, land governance is a process by which decisions are made regarding access to and use of land and natural resources. The manner in which those decisions are implemented and the way that conflicting interests are reconciled. Ethiopian food system is evolved from traditional to transitional one, characterized by longer value chain, increased importance of market growth, growing urban demand, and emerging quality standards. Next slide, please. Yes. Assessment of policies and legal frameworks. The land tenure policies of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has no comprehensive national land policy. Land issues are still found scattered in several other national policies and proclamations. Lack of this comprehensive land policy, together with low stakeholder engagement in land-related policy making process, has adversely affected the policy's application, which in turn impacts the productivity and quality of land in Ethiopia. Land degradation and the consequent loss of biodiversity are occurring at unprecedented rates in the country. Next slide, please. Yeah, food system transformation policies. There are many food system transformation policies in Ethiopia. Among them, agricultural development policy. We have agricultural policy, the home-grown economic reform agenda that the current administration is implementing on this, based on this agenda. Please, next slide. Next slide. Food security and nutrition policy, food safety standards, and agricultural commercial cluster. These six are the major food system transformation policies in the country, and the current administration is working on based on this, mainly based on this policies, and the government has also prepared a document called Food System Pathway Commitment and Position Statement, which was presented in the United Nations Food System Summit in 2021. Next slide, please. So institutional frameworks in Ethiopia, the Ministry of Agriculture, which is the leading institution in implementing and oversight of rural land administration, the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure Development, responsible for guiding and oversight of urban land administration. The Forest Authority is mandated to protect, conserve, and develop forest resources. And also the Ministry of Mines is mandated for extraction and use of different mineral resources for public use. Next slide, please. Well, 3.4 regional and international policy framework. We have regional and international policy framework that are implementing in the country. First, the frameworks and guideline on land policy in Africa, FNDG, which is more important and comprehensive and was endorsed by African heads of states as their meeting in Libya in 2009. The other is a voluntary VGGT, which is a very important guideline, which serves as a reference and to provide guidelines to improve governance of tenure of land, fisheries, and forest in the context of national food security. Next slide, please. Well, the fourth one, land rights security in Ethiopia, land transfer by expropriation and involuntary displacement. The Ethiopian Constitution, Article 14, Sub-Article 8, says the government may expropriate private property for public purpose, subject to payment of advance compensation and commensurate with the value of property. This implies that the government may expropriate private property based on two main reasons. So the first one is public purpose. It must be, the expropriation must be because of public purpose. The other one is the payment of advanced compensation must be the commensurate to the value of property. There are also laws, that's Proclamation 1161 on the expropriation of land holdings for public purpose and payment of compensation, and also the settlement of displaced people. Land rights of affected people, Proclamation number 456 says that rural land use rights of peasant farmers, semi-pastoralists, and pastoralists have no time limit. The Ethiopian Constitution, Article 8, Article 40 is to place that payment of compensation should be commensurate to the value of the property. As I said before, this implies that the amount of compensation must be equal to or proportional to the loss. However, the loss of the affected people from being involuntarily displaced by land expropriation are not only financial and economic, but there are also social losses, which is not calculated in difficult even calculating to the evaluation process. The amount of compensation paid to the affected people is, in most cases, didn't replace the value of the lost asset. Next slide, please. Land rights of women, minorities, and other vulnerable groups. Women equal rights to secure or the security of tenure are well recognized under international human rights laws. In Ethiopian constitution, government shall ensure the participation of women in equality with men in all economic and social development endeavor. Despite greater acceptance of women equal right to land, as indicated in laws and policies, significant obstacles exist from patriarchal attitude and cultural practice to generally lack of effective political will and the resources to give effect to this right. Vulnerable groups of people face the same problem, just like the women. So next slide, please. Land conflict before and after investment. Land-induced conflicts are more likely to occur under conditions of rapid population growth, mobility, resource encroachment, societal heterogeneity, such as wealth differentiation and ethnicity, economic deprivation, and increased vulnerability, and something like that. The displacement and disposition caused by some large-scale agricultural investment has in turn contributed to land-based conflicts too, which in many cases take on ethnic dimension and to grow rural landlessness, especially among users, which contribute to political unrest in Ethiopia. According to the World Bank, study suggests that land certification reduces conflict, encourage farmers to plant trees, encourage sustainable land use, and improve women economic and social status. Another studies also found that holding the land tightly dramatically decreases the perception that land will be expropriated. Please, next slide. Next slide, yeah. So the link between land governance and food system transformation. Food security as the situation in which, according to FAO, defines all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So the term food security describes the food availability, accessibility, and use at many levels, including global, national, local, household, even at inter-household level. There are numerous assumptions about the link between land governance and food security. Most of these focus on the importance of securing the land rights for increased food production. Please. So there are the impact of large-scale investment on food system transformation. There are environmental and social impacts of the investment. As you know, environmental and social impact in many cases will be felt immediately due to the loss of the land, and they are likely to be long-term and irreversible, likely leading to the destruction of livelihoods and culture. One of the perceived benefits of large-scale agriculture is massive component of wage employment. The social impact caused by influx of large number of workers in the area include increased deforestation, decline in fish, wildlife, and other resources in the immediate area, conflict with local people, higher incidence of sexual assault, greater pressure on infrastructure, increased HIV and STDs, and greater stress on ecological system. Next slide, please. Next, please. One of the major environmental threats facing Ethiopia is deforestation. The rate of deforestation, particularly in the highland, are significant. $80,000 hectares to 22 million already having been irreversibly damaged. The issue of land is very sensitive to many Ethiopians, and land is not merely a commodity, but is a critical component of their identity. The loss of land, whether farmland, communal land, grazing land, or area of religious or cultural value, has serious adverse impact on local people their food security, their identity, and their socio-economic condition. Displacement of people, the loss of farmland, the degradation and destruction of natural resources, and the reduction of water supplies are expected to result in the loss of livelihood of affected communities. Please. Next slide. Yeah. Impact on food security on communities affected by the investment. In Ethiopia, the number of households are slaughtered for relocation due to land investment displacement, resulting in a loss of livelihood. These households were largely self-sufficient with respect to food production. Now they will be having to rely on assistance from others and will become more dependent on handouts from government. When land rights are insecure, the motivation to invest in the land could be very low. Everybody knows this behavior can have consequences leading to a decreasing in agricultural productivity and food security. The Ethiopian food system is also generating other unsustainable environmental outcome, that is a growing demand for water, particularly in commercial agricultural areas. So it is evident that the commercial land investment will increase the rate of food insecurity in the vicinity of land investment. There are no mechanisms in place to ensure that this investment contributes to improved food security. This is a major problem in the area where agricultural investments are in Ethiopia. So next slide, please. Next, yeah. So what are the consideration of ways to improve food security? So short-term solution to food insecurity includes social protection programs such as food aid, both in emergency and long-term provision of supplies of those hardest hit by hunger, food aid without simultaneous development in local agriculture sector does not provide a sustainable solution to food insecurity. Increasing agricultural productivity, so the development of drought-resistant crop will be a key factor in meeting food demand. The other is investing in rural infrastructure such as road, education, and storage facility, which could support efforts towards increased agricultural productivity. It is also important that demographic projection be incorporated into plans to improve agricultural production and achieve greater food security. So the midterm solution include developing integrated development approach that could simultaneously address both population factor and food security. Next slide, please. So human rights impacts of the investment. Many social science research have tried to address land issues from the economic, social, as well as demographic perspective, while the human rights aspect remains insufficiently addressed. Apart from interdependence of human rights, property right to land has been treated as an element of other fundamental rights and freedoms, such as the right to adequate food, the right to adequate housing, minorities' rights, the right to work, the right to develop, and rights of women. The problem relating to discrimination that exists in access, use, and transfer of rights related to land. Women suffer from chronic problems of discrimination emanating from customs and tradition in and outside home. However, the Ethiopian Constitution and other proclamations offer a solid human rights foundation. Unfortunately, the laws are poorly enforced. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Let's look at summarizing.
So, I am finishing, sorry. There are mechanisms which to mitigate, monitor and mitigate impacts. These are requires the investment project to submit periodic monitoring report, conduct site visit, review investment project performance on the basis of investor commitment. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the best practice in strengthening land governance is Land for Life is as I told you before, the MAP platform brings all stakeholders together to promote collaboration. Land for Life facilitates community investor local government forum, launched recently in Oromia region, to narrow down the gap between community investor and local government through consultation, participation, awareness creation, and lobbying. So next slide, please. Next slide. So to sum up, the best practices, mainstream CILG forum and MAP meeting, stakeholder consultation and participation, innovative approach, community development plan, and capacity building, strengths and alliance with academics, NGO and private sector, community involvement, improve interinstitutional coordination. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, major challenges: lack of strong institution to administer land issues, limited access to appropriate agricultural technologies like fertilizer, seed, and agricultural mechanization. Population growth and agricultural intensification has led to soil erosion, land degradation, and deforestation. Climate change and extreme weather variability also major challenge of land governance and food system transformation in Ethiopia. Next slide, last one. Next slide, yeah, recommendation. There needs to have legal and policy review to secure land rights of communities, women, and other vulnerable and marginalized groups. Establish strong institution capable of handling issues related to land governance. Conduct environmental and social impact assessments. Encourage responsible agricultural investment and establish mechanisms to ensure the investment contribute to food security. And last one is promote inclusive policy dialogue with all actors of land governance and system transformation. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mengistu. Thank you for finding time to prepare and present this paper to this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we ran out of time, but let's do justice to this presentation. Let's have a few minutes of comments, questions, additions, and everything that you think you'd want to talk about the presentation. Then we'll look at closing this session. Thank you. Anyone ready? Anyone ready to go? Yes, there's a lady behind there. Please bring the mic. Someone in the middle here. Who has the mic? Bring it to the middle, just ahead of the lady giving out receipts. Is the lady? Yes. Thank you. Just introduce yourself and what you do, then give your comment. Thank you.
Okay. Christine Kaya Nachimoero, Chiboga District Woman Member of Parliament from Uganda here. And I'm the chairperson for the Uganda Parliamentarians Land Management Forum.
Thank you, Honorable.
On the start of the presentation, he showed us that Ethiopia has no land policy. And to many of us here in Uganda, we have always established legal frameworks, laws, acts, and people have always complained that without a policy, then the laws may not be implemented. So I just wanted to get that experience from Ethiopia. If they have the policy without an act, how are things moving? That's what I wanted to learn from him. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other question? Okay, Menges, you can respond to this so that as people put down their questions.
Yes, thank you very much.
If you got the first, just before you start, can we have the first slide? There's something that Honorable must have picked. You talk about having a policy, and then you talk about policy not being in place. Then you talk about implementation of a policy that wasn't in place. So just tell us how you manage to enact laws and implement them without a policy in place. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, Ethiopia has a policy, but that policy is not comprehensive in a single document. But the land policies are scattered in several other national policies, development programs, and proclamation. The land policy is not a comprehensive one, and it is not in a single document, but the land issues are scattered in many other national policies, programs, and proclamation. So one of the major problems in implementing the issues of land tenure is lack of comprehensive land policy. So that we, the policies are, this policy is going to implement. So it is scattered.
All right.
And we have the policies.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Prof. Where's the mic? So we shall allow Prof, then one more person, and we close this session and break for lunch.
Thank you, moderator. I've been doing a bit of research on land in Ethiopia myself. And then there was a big problem between the Oromo and the government. Was that planning, the extension of the city to so many million hectares, arbitrary? And then if it is not arbitrary, where is the policy that Ethiopia is using to expand its city, Addis Ababa or any other cities? Thank you.
Mengistu, did you get the question right?
Not clear. Please elaborate.
There was a big trouble between the Oromo people and the government of Ethiopia. Say the city itself, the city administration. Was that extension arbitrary without any policy being followed? And then if it was arbitrary, how exactly did they come to the size of the land they wanted to take away from there? And then without this policy, how would they then compensate these people if there are no policies set in place even for compensation? Thank you.
Was it about the extension of the city of Addis or the extension of the Oromo city, Ambo?
Taking away the land from the Oromo people to make it part of the city.
Of Addis city.
Addis, yeah.
All right. Mengistu, please proceed.
Well, this question is more of the political one, actually. Well, the expansion of Addis Ababa now is, I think, has got a solution. And by this time, the government, the city administration, and the Oromia region has agreed to manage the problem, and the expansion of the city is now becoming within within the framework of Addis. Addis now is has the expansion is limited. By this time, it has got a solution. But
so basically, the issue has been addressed and it's no longer a problem.
Well, actually, there are a problem not in Addis. There are problem of expansion of cities or towns in many of the local administration. Even there are problems in other cities also. But regarding the expansion of Addis Ababa to the neighboring farmlands, the Addis Ababa city administration and the Oromia regional administration has got a solution, and they make a border for the expansion of the city administration and the neighboring.
Okay, thank you so much, Menges. We thank you. Let's have one last person here at the front. Where's the mic?
Okay, my name is David Batal. I work for Minister of Environment and Forestry in the Republic of South Sudan. I would like to thank Magister for the presentation. In his presentation, the last slides was mentioning climate change and extreme weather conditions as one of the challenges affecting land governance. Now, what adaptation mechanisms are there to ensure that there is resilient food production in the country, in Ethiopia? I'm asking for the adaptation mechanisms that will ensure that the food systems are resilient. Thank you.
All right, Mengistu, address yourself the resilience of food systems in Ethiopia in a minute or two.
Oh. Yes, climate change, one of the is a global problem. It exists in Ethiopia as well. It affects the food system in Ethiopia, and the food system is directly related with as well with climate, the land governance. So if we improve the land governance in Ethiopia, the food system transformation will come next. So land governance is a major issue that will need to be improved so as to transform the food system in Ethiopia. So the climate change, among other factors, is also affecting the food system transformation in Ethiopia. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. In short, he says that improvement of land governance systems will invariably lead to improvement of food systems in Ethiopia. Thank you so much, Mr. Mengistu Berasa, for your presentation. Thank you for finding time to prepare such a wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of this session. I have a few announcements to make. One, we have afternoon session starting at 2 o'clock. And there are 3 breakaways. One in this room will be about the Horn of Africa, dealing with the war economy, something very interesting. Please find time to join. Group B and Room B, the second breakout, is addressing intercommunity land conflict. Also something extremely interesting. Then at 3:45, or around there, we shall have resolutions and reading out of the communique. Then we shall have partners' reflections and closure of the conference at around 16:30, which is 4:30 p.m. local time. Colleagues, I urge you to participate in all afternoon events in person so that we end the conference on a high note. With that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your participation in this session. And I announce the closure of the session and invite you for lunch on behalf of the organizers. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Good afternoon. I think we are running a little bit late, and I think it's rather unfair to the colleagues who traveled far afield and dedicated their time. I think maybe we should start. My name's Sherwa Adam Jama. I am the country director for IDLO Somalia. This session, which is the seventh session, will wax lyrical or discuss on a topic which I think is very critical for the peace and security in the Horn of Africa. And that is Horn of Africa dealing with the war economy. We have a number of distinguished guests from all the member states of IGAD. But before I invite or talk about their profiles briefly, I think it is important that we appreciate that this part of the world which we belong to, the Horn of Africa, has been marred with conflict and insecurity. And one of the reasons for persistence and protracted nature of conflict in this part of the world and the lack of effective management of the states to deliver a sort of a continuous and sustainable peace is primarily because we see that there are a lot of stakeholders that are indeed beneficiaries of this war economy. But this has been, it's not something that is confined into Africa. The 30 years war in Europe has been in a sort of 16th century, has indeed been motivated by such war economy. So I think since we don't have much time, I would perhaps like to invite my colleague Abe Mushiga, who would have 20 minutes to present his presentation on understanding legal and policy frameworks to address war economies in Horn of Africa. Once we have that opportunity, then we will invite the rest of the panel, whom we will introduce later on, to basically discuss not only the overall subject, but also reflect on country-specific experiences. So I'd like to invite Abe to the microphone. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm going to quickly run you through the legal frameworks that govern war economies. Perhaps I should give a very short definition of what a war economy is. If you can go to slide number 6. Basically, a war economy in the context of this area entails the role of natural resources in perpetrating and funding wars, on top of what we call illegal trade. Allow me to give one example. The DRC is renowned for its mineral resources. And it's not a coincidence that the country has been in endless wars since independence. The evidence shows that actually the combatants, including the rebels, exploit these natural resources from diamonds, gold, to timber to fund these wars. It's all right. Just. Technology. I guess I'm going to go just on this one. There's basically three types of war economies. The first one is what we call combative. This is a situation where the combatants, where the people, the rebels or the fighting forces themselves exploit those natural resources or indulge in criminal or illegal trade to raise money to do the fighting, to raise money to buy arms, to pay soldiers. That is called a combative war economy. The second one is yes, the second one, I got it now. This is what we call a shadow economy. I'll give you examples of each of these. Again, you find a conflict happening in country X, but then the proceeds from that war, and here we're talking about economic proceeds, benefit or affect the next door country. Again, I'll give two examples. One will be Uganda, one will be Ethiopia. When there's conflict in the DRC, somehow the gold exports of Uganda go up. Is that a coincidence? That means that the minerals exploited from the DRC end up in Uganda and Uganda markets them. It's not always negative. The other example I can give is the case of the war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. Because Eritrea had closed its border with Ethiopia, Ethiopia opened up another corridor through Djibouti. Djibouti was not part of this conflict, but that port was largely built because Eritrea and Ethiopia had closed borders. That's part of what they call a shadow war economy. The beneficiaries or the parties to the shadow economy are not necessarily involved in the fight. The next type is a coping economy. What this means is people who are caught up, these are usually very simple people who are caught up in our situation, strive to survive. Again, these are unfortunately always civilians who find different ways of making ends meet. Women end up doing petty trade just to survive. When there was a war in northern Uganda, women and others who were caught up in the struggle ended up selling, we call it marwa here, or basically simple things in order to survive. There isn't too much work, time to go through the details of how each of these manifest. What we're gonna do now in the name of time is to dive into the legal frameworks. I'm gonna jump this one. There are two legal frameworks that govern this area of work. One is international law, or we call it international instruments. There's a number of them, and almost all the IGAD members are signatories to each of these covenants or international instruments that are referred to. The first one is the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. This has a relevance in that when these combatants or the products from war zones end up on the international market, usually through the conduit that is not legal. When there is a war, usually the first victim of war is the rule of law. Yes, that goes out of the window. You can imagine a fighting force trying to export a resource they've exploited through the legal channels. Is that possible? They'll inevitably end up going undercover, smuggling, money laundering, and all that and all that. That is prohibited by international law. As you can see, Article 6 requires member states to take legislative measures to establish criminal offenses against corruption and money laundering. Corruption is part of what fighting forces use to sell their products or import goods illegally, bribing customs officers, etc., etc. Then there's the United Nations Convention Against Transnational, again, that is the same convention. That is what's required of member states. Article 6 requires member states to take legislative measures, establish criminal offenses against corruption and money laundering. The next one is Article 7. I don't have the time to go through all these. This may be available to you later, but what each of those articles deals with are laws that will make it difficult, if not impossible, for the fighting forces, and obviously this usually excludes states because these have legitimacy to trade. But this is targeting rebel organizations. Article 7, that's done. Again, let me see. Okay, that's gone. The next covenant is what we call the Protocol Against the Illicit Manufacturing of and Trafficking in Firearms, their parts, and components and ammunition. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. The fighting forces cannot keep fighting unless they have access to arms. And usually, again, we are talking about those in the rebel state. That's the only way they can get arms. I'll just ask an open question. Look at the situation in Ethiopia. How do you think that the Tigrayans are getting arms? They don't have a state through which they can import arms, but somehow they are getting arms. So usually under Ethiopian law, these arms are being illegally received. And that's what one of the targets of this particular international covenant or instrument. With this another international instrument, this is the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Again, it goes to when rebel movements or those in combat are fighting, are trying to obtain arms or exporting their loot. Usually this is done the backward way, and corruption is always part of this. Yes, as I mentioned before, for their goods or loot to go through the borders next door, they often use bribery, which is a form of corruption. That too is prohibited under international law. Then let's look at what we call regional instruments. There is, oh, sorry, I've lost this. Where is this technical guy? Okay. There is the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. Again, this echoes the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and again, it covers offenses of bribery, money laundering, and concealment of property, and requires proceeds of crime to be confiscated. Be mindful that all these international instruments have been signed by all these member states of IGAD. The next one is the OAU Convention on the Prevention and Combating of Terrorism. That was 1999. In as much as that particular instrument was targeting terrorism, if you look at its provisions, obviously it can be used, and it has been used to fight illicit trade in arms, drugs, and money laundering, all of which are conduits through which rebels or those in conflict use to sell or procure the arms and whatever they need to keep on fighting. Next will be, there's a protocol to the OAU Convention on the Prevention and Combating of Terrorism, that's 2004. Again, that echoes the international instrument, the one I mentioned of before. And again, this requires member states to undertake to seize and confiscate funds, assets meant for, you can substitute the word terrorism for fighting force, because one of the things I've noticed is that every time there are rebels within a given state, those rebels are almost termed terrorists. So you can substitute that. The key thing is not the objective, is not the purpose of the international instrument, but rather whether its articles can be used to combat war economy. The next instrument is the Nairobi Protocol for the Prevention, Control, and Reduction of Small Arms and Light Weapons in the Great Lakes and the Horn of Africa. Again, this international law that has been signed to by the member states of IGAD. Among its provisions is the prohibition of illegal trade in or movement of small arms between member states. Again, this goes to perpetrating the war, because let's be mindful one thing, you cannot have a war economy unless there's a war. The two are, I call them, they have an ignoble symbiotic relationship. No war, no war economy. So war causes the war economy, and as long as the warriors, so to speak, or the fighting forces can access resources, fight, they keep on fighting. And one of the things they need is arms. So this particular international treaty prohibits the illegal trade in and movement of small arms within this region. And again, under this international instrument, states are required to adopt legislative measures to criminalize: 1, illicit trade in small arms; 2, illicit possession and misuse of small arms and light weapons. I don't know how much time I have. What I've done is just, I wanted to focus on, besides international instruments, each country has its own domestic legislation. And one of the things I've done, I've looked at the domestic legislation of Ethiopia, South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Somalia, and Sudan. One of the things came through is that whereas the names of the laws may differ, for example, in some jurisdictions called the criminal code, in some jurisdictions it's called the penal code. But when you go through them, the particular articles or clauses that are relevant to this subject matter are pretty identical. So that's what I've done. I've said, let me focus on Ethiopia and raise what I've found in their domestic law that applies in this subject matter. 1, they have the criminal code. The criminal code enforces all relevant domestic laws and international conventions and treaties. And it prohibits illicit trade in gold, precious minerals, stones, as well as currencies. It prohibits contraband or smuggling. It prohibits gaining from proceeds from piracy and looting. Yes, because one of the things that happen in war situations, there's always a lot of plunder of the natural resources. It prohibits money laundering and proceeds of crime and drug trafficking. Ethiopia also has an anti-money laundering act. which basically requires cross-border travelers to declare all currencies, negotiable instruments, and precious metals in their possession to customs officers upon request. And customs officers have the power to seize all these possessions if they are not fully disclosed. There's also a requirement that financial institutions do due diligence in transactions. For example, this is aimed at prohibiting money laundering. You don't go and deposit $20 million in an account in Ethiopia without disclosing the source. And this also applies to what they call international wire transfers. You can't wire money to an account in Ethiopia without disclosing the source if the amount is, for example, of concern, $100,000 or so. And let me go back and keep saying, if you look at this piece of legislation that apply to Ethiopia, they are replicated across the entire Horn of Africa. All these countries have similar clauses in their different pieces of legislation. There's a requirement, it's called the Firearm Administration and Control Act or Proclamation. Again, this prohibits sales of weapons to third parties. It criminalizes carrying a gun illegally and bans trade in weapons. Perhaps you may not see the link, but as I keep on repeating myself, where there is war, there's likely to be a war economy. So if you can somehow combat or prohibit weapons of war, means of fighting, that may, it will reduce the quantity of the war economy, and some of these wars cannot be sustained unless, especially the rebel movement are able to access arms, resources, and often food to feed their people. I think I'll stop there and leave some time for my colleagues. There's a lot we can talk about in the discussion about Somalia and Sudan, South Sudan, North Sudan, Kenya, and Uganda. Thank you very much. Just one last remark. From my observations, the issue of conflict in this part of the world is not the laws. No. Each of these countries, 6 member states, each of them has adequate international and domestic law to combat conflict and war economy. What I find lacking is, one, the operational effectiveness. There is a principle in law that says that a law is as good as it is effective. The laws we do have, both at the international level and at the domestic level, but it's the operation that are lacking, and sometimes we don't have the institutional frameworks are very, very, very weak. And I think that unless we plug those, the laws by themselves will not salvage this part of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Brother Mashega. I think this presentation was quite pertinent for the discussions that will ensue in a moment or two. Our brother has basically laid out the legal frameworks, policies, both international and domestic. And while he talked about Ethiopia in particular as an example, laws regarding AML and CFT, anti-money laundering, countering finance terrorism, I think are all in place in all the sort of member states within IGAD. As he rightly pointed out, the problem is not adopting laws. The problem is implementing those laws effectively and efficiently. And I think that's where the challenge is. So now I think we have an opportunity to welcome a discussion. Some of these discussions will be country specific. We have 5 colleagues who will discuss number of areas. First, I would like to invite Robert Luki, who we have now, we call him Uluso, I think, who's now who's the chairman of the Land Commission, an excellent lawyer who has given enormous amount of his time and intellectual capital to help his brethren and his fellow citizens in South Sudan, and now here to share his experience with our colleagues across the board. So welcome. Would you want to sit there, or do you want to come up here? Okay, super. Then I can sit there. Well, you have how long? 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, let's see. Well, in the first place, I would like to thank the moderator and the panelists and all attendants. I'm given a very interesting topic that reflects where I come from. As an introduction, Sudan, and then it became South Sudan. We went to war before independence by 4 months. And as I speak now, there are parts of Southern Sudan that are still at war with the center. The Sudan got its independence in 1956. I'm giving you a very fast background so that you know the country you're talking about. 1956, 1st January, we got our independence. But there was already a mutiny in a place called Torit, not very far away from the border of Uganda. In 1972, there was relative peace in what was called the Addis Ababa Agreement, signed in Ethiopia under the patronage of Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. The turning point in Southern Sudan was on the 16th of May, 1983, when a battalion rebelled in a place called Bor, and it actually triggered a war that was led by the late Dr. John Garang. From 1983, I was mentioning this date because from 1972 until 83, almost 10 years, this is where we had relative peace, where many of us went to school and studied. Since then, there have never been any peace. Now, you imagine the kind of economy that was operating from 1955, when we went to war, until the Southern Sudan seceded in a popular referendum after signing the Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2005. I could remember Omar al-Bashir, the ousted president of Sudan, was saying, we better live in peace as separate countries than we be constantly at war as a united Sudan. And I think that was a very, very intelligent way of putting things. Because if you are united and always at war, you better separate and be in peace. Everybody wants peace. The turning issue that I would like to go through, what was the situation of the economy in Southern Sudan when we went to war from 1955 almost until 2005. The roads in Southern Sudan were not tarmacked, so you imagine there was no any proper trade and commerce, only the movement of the army and some petty goods to do trade here and there. There were about 5 factories that are not really factories in the real sense. We have the agro-industrial factory in Anzar established by the British, the teak plantation in many parts of Southern Sudan, specifically Equatoria and Bahr al-Ghazal, and that was intended by the British colonial administration to have mature teak so that they have furniture for their colonies where the sun does not set. And when it is morning here, it will be morning somewhere in Jamaica. Again, there was what was called the Wow fruit canning factory, which was built by the Russians, but it never took off. Until one time it was made for manufacturing beans because it was actually staying without any work. The sugar factory in Mangala, Molut, and the sisal factory plantation in a place called Toin, Gilo. These were the few industries that were there. And this shows the pathetic situation of the economy as it was. Now, coming back, what are the potential resources that will help to make an economy, whether the country is at war or at peace? We have oil and gas. When we were growing, we didn't know the Sudan had oil. We only know Saudi Arabia, Libya, where people go and work there because those were rich oil countries. What we knew that we had was livestock that many people had discussed about. They're in millions. And where I come from, there are people who could marry even paying 250 heads of cows to get a woman who was below the age of 18. The other resources that we had, the Nile. We know the Nile starts from here, but many of it goes through Sudan. It is actually the vein of the heart that we have, where we get our fishery, the wildlife, all the riches are all along the Nile. But Egypt benefits more than what we do because we have arable land with rains ranging from 10 months to about 11 and a half in areas near Central Africa and the Congo. The last resources that we have a very big area of a country that is scantily populated. You can travel for 3 days in Southern Sudan without seeing a human being or an animal. Now, an economy operates with some legal support. The presenter here was talking about the legal framework. Where we are at war, you rarely talk about the rule of law, but you talk about the rule of the gun. And that really helps either to control the economy prevailing or it spoils it. I would go through a number of documents that during the civil war we were using. First was the manifesto of the Sudan People's Liberation Army struck movement. The army was stronger than the movement, and later on I will alternate to tell you how. We had the laws of 1984 after the rebellion, and that law was basically not talking about how to handle the economy, but how to handle the gun and how to treat people who mistakenly or willfully shoot people or who kill people or those who abrogate the rules of combat. And the guy, very prominent lawyer who actually drafted it, and I will hold the name, it later on said that very law which he drafted was turned against him, and he was in prison until he disappeared. The other law that we had, it was not a law, but different manifestations. After the fall of the government of Mengistu Haile Mariam, who was a very good supporter of the movement, we had a split. Nasser faction and Torit faction. And it's still prevailing, where here the president is SPLM in the government and his deputy Riek Machar is SPLM in the opposition. One was actually Torit faction, the other one was a Nasser faction. So each one was trying to control the economy of his area. And what was there? The type of trade, you could have butter trade, which was very rudimentary, and those who had chance to export fish to the government-held towns where they get money and they come either to help the movement or the faction they're under, or maybe to pay some little taxes. The other law was to discipline the army, senior army officers, and they had a place in Arabic, they call it Moyo Sokon. Moyo Sokon is hot spring, which was near the border of Kenya. They were to discipline how to treat the people, whether they business people or civilians. And we had also a conference on civil society organizations, because civil society was considered to be an enemy of the movement. Those who didn't want to fight were forming civil society and were bringing things like human rights and all this. And normally in war, people don't talk of rights or duties. They talk of who is killed and who is to be killed. So these are a few things. And then we had the Chukudum Convention of 1994 to form the National Liberation Council as a parliament, which I'm now a member of the National Liberation Council, to tackle things for development, whether economy, politics, and so forth. And we had what is called the Civil Authority of New Sudan, CANS, to take care of the different executive branches. Now with this, what type of trade, which was prevailing by then in terms of economy? We had, as I said, we had barter trade. And the most important trade was to capture a town so that from there you'll get guns, you'll get food for the army, and you'll get a lot of things. So when there is a mobilization to capture a town, everybody volunteers, because there you'll get money, you can break into a bank, you take the loots, and the rest to support the movement. So the economy was one that you fight in order to get money from the government held areas. The other type of economic activities, you know, Southern Sudan is endued with a lot of riches. The shea butter, which is a very important element of making these lotions, we have shea butter from a place called Wau in Bahar Ghazal up to the border of Uganda near Moyo. It's just wild, it grows in the bush. But when you cross to Uganda, you don't get it. I don't know whether it is only made for Southern Sudan or maybe in a few areas. And this shea butter was getting a lot of money. The local NGOs, they had a machine for pressing this oil in a place called Rumbek and Maridi, where they exported to East Africa quietly, and money was got from there. The other source of income or activity of trade was the palm oil. Southern Sudan had from equatorial type of climate to semi-arid. So the areas bordering Central Africa and the Congo, we have the palm oil, which they could press for food and even manufacture soap, but not for export quality, but to be sold internally so that the people would use it. And the other economic activity was the cattle. Poor as our cattle, the quality, but during the war, especially when West Nile of Uganda was at war, the only place where to get meat from cattle is Southern Sudan. From Barghazal, our people used to come and sell in West Nile around the areas of Aru and so forth. Now with this, we know during war, we don't have a legal framework that is very much clear, but there is an economic activity where the barter trade and people go footing the sell. The most important thing that for our women was to brew alcohol in the government-held areas, including Khartoum. You know, when Sharia was declared in the Sudan, the old breweries were broken down. So the only alcohol is the locally manufactured one, whether it is Kasese Kasese or Lira Lira or name them. So when they sell, they get some to educate their children or also to support the war efforts. So these are the economies that were really operating there. Finally, the issue of the oil. When oil was discovered, people were always fighting, whether we don't want to call it the rebel movement, the freedom struggle, or the freedom fighters and the government will struggle to capture a town so that they stop the government from benefiting from this oil, because if they export oil, they will arm themselves and then cause us problems. But if they get arms, then the rebels, actually the freedom fighters, will try to capture towns so that they also get guns from there. With this, I think these are the few things that I would like to share with you, and I give rest for the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So from legal frameworks to what basically happens on the ground, and fantastic anecdotes of what has basically transpired in South Sudan in regards to war economies. I will be very stringent for other brothers. I think I've been accused of being lax in terms of making sure that time is observed. For those of you who have made that comment, you will pay for it. Jokes aside, I want to now invite Hassan Ibrahim. Hassan Ibrahim is a former member of Parliament of the Federal Government of Somalia. He is a political scientist who has been trained in the UK and has been one of the authors in terms of the country assessments. In particular, he has undertook fantastically the status of land issues in Somalia. So he will illuminate, I think, and give us a bit of explanation as to where we are, and of course also historically. So over to Hassan. Please make sure that you stay within the confines of the 5 minutes provided to you by the moderator. Thank you.
Whenever law is passed, this, it affected someone. So I'm the victim, first victim of the time rationing. Thank you very much, Mr. Shirwa, the moderator. And this session was very important, to be honest, and would have been much better if the organizers to put this session for the first days when the people have energy to listen. And now I can see the people are so exhausted and very tired, and everybody wants to go home. I will not take too much. Our session is war economy, and normally this war economy references is when a country fights with another country, and how its resources they mobilize, to achieve a military goal. For that, Somalia, it's a unique case, and it merits, to be honest, to have one session on its own, because we've been in conflict since 1977, one way or another. I will be very brief. The best reflection of the war economy in Somalia when it comes as a government, it goes when Somalia had a proper functioning government before 1991. Specifically, I'll take a reference for the socialist government of Mohamed Siad Barre was in place. The government at that time, they achieved a lot of goals the first 10 years by writing Somali language, paving thousands of kilometers of roads, doing a lot of infrastructure in agriculture, fisheries, livestock, and food security. Everything was just in place. And all the problem started when we went to war in 1977 with Ethiopia, and then when the country started to descend. And that is really the reference of war economy. When you have a war with another country, normally just you have to spend a lot and mobilize your resources to achieve the military goal. After that, the country just descended to the bottom, unfortunately. At that time, Somalia was one of the highest GDP in Horn of Africa, developing rapidly. I will take some examples for the conflict of Somalia from 1988. From 1988, we were fighting within ourselves in one time, and another fighting with Al-Qaeda affiliated terrorists like Al-Shabaab. Economic collapsed, infrastructure disappeared, the jobs declined, farming, fishing, etc. At the moment, whatever this government has, we are spending nearly 50% on security. Our budget is very small, and a high proportion of that budget comes from direct budget support from donors. We only have small revenues to generate. And also, we have ATMIS, formerly called AMISOM, and the AMISOM also just, they spend nearly $1 billion even though the EU and other donors are paying, but that money would have been much better to spend in the Somali security forces if the country is intact, and would have been much better. And that is just part of the examples of the war or conflict, causes a lot of harm in economy in every way. Whenever there is a conflict, there's a third party benefits, or in one way or another, to boost their economy by selling ammunition, vehicles, armored vehicles, the modern technology of warfare technology like drones, communications, and other logistical needs like fuel, food, medical equipments, etc. When the institutions collapse, like Somalia, or if you have an institution and the institution is very weak, the other powerful group become organized. And those organized groups, whether they are within the country or outside, they harm the economy. In Somalia, many organized groups are benefiting and having a pressure in Somali economy. Specifically, I'll take some examples, like charcoal. The charcoal production, it was industrial level, exporting to the Middle East by using for the pipes, smoking pipes and whatever. It has caused a tremendous pressure to the land, specifically agriculture. It caused desertification. It caused land degradation and soil erosion. And also just it pushed people not to farm because of the people who are benefiting the agricultural business, the charcoal business, just who are forcing people not to do their farming. Also, another example, for a lack of marine security, the absence of proper functioning institution, caused IIU, unreported international unreported fishery, illegally for fishing in our waters, created by piracy. How do we just have okay, I will wrap it up. I told you I'm the very first victim. So the piracy and all of these things caused pressure to the country. These groups, there is a lot of issues to talk about, even how Al-Shabaab generates, the revenues within the land, but I haven't got time. As I earlier said, that the Somalia issue merits in one session on its own. There is a lot of laws that we passed, similar to what my colleague Uganda was saying. Most of the laws specifically are the same when it comes to the money laundering and etc. Somalia have now a new financial reporting center. It's called FRC, and those are just specifically targeting the illegal generated money. The Somalia is a unique case, but I don't have time to, if I go to the Al-Shabaab case and how they benefited the system and how they penetrated and benefited the lack of proper functioning institutions, or they benefited the weak of institutions. I think it's a severe and it's too much, but I will hopefully will have another time to cover. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Inji Hassan. That was very succinct. Now I'd like to invite our brother Omar Ajami, who is an associate professor at the University of Khartoum. He will, of course, share his reflections on Sudan. 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. And also, it is a pleasure to be with you in this very important session. In fact, what I'm going to give very brief reflections informed by my knowledge of Sudan, and also inspired by what I heard over the last 2 days in the discussion in this conference. Importantly, I could say that war economy, it is an area of expertise, special expertise, and I do confess I'm not an economist or a member of the judiciary to know about these laws, but I look at war economy as an outcome from the war itself. It is an outcome that may turn later into even a cause of conflict. So as far as the theme of this conference and its expected outcomes, I think the issue is about conflict, how the conflicts create war economy, and war economy is about the persistence. It creates distinct economies that contribute to the persistence of the conflict, the institutionalization of the violence itself. And here we could also look at different forms, as the presenter of the paper correctly mentioned. Under conflict situations, different forms of shadow economies flourish, from trade in arms, trafficking of narcotics, trafficking of human beings, different forms. Even sometimes we talk about creation of landless people, where these areas could be kept for exploitation by warlords. And here specifically, it is about the war of minerals. Now we are in a world where it is more about the underneath wealth of the earth, especially precious resources, more than the surface resources of the earth. And this is a critical issue. He mentions the DRC. We saw it in Liberia. We saw it in Sierra Leone. And now we do see it in Sudan, and particularly in places like Darfur. For me, also, the war economy is one of the least costs of the conflict, because human sufferings, human tragedies are more expensive than the economic cost, human lives. Now, in Sudan, we have around 3.5 million people displaced and living in IDP camps for more than 20 years, who lost all the whole of their properties, the whole of their assets. And these are the issues that we have to look at. I'm also inspired in this context that as practitioners, as academics, and even in people working in the international organizations, that we need to have a thorough understanding of conflicts. We need to look at conflicts as systems with different actors, with different hats. Actors who are directly involved, and actors who are indirectly, actors who are satellite, managing the conflict by the remote from overseas. All those do have interest or vested interest in conflict. Some of the conflicts, for me, become like multinational corporations. Like Darfur, it is about, just like a multinational corporation, everybody has interest in it. Whether in the international community, in the NGOs, in the academia, in the farmers, in the USA, many others have vested interest in the continuation and institutionalization of the conflict. So the question and the challenge for us, how to address the root causes of conflict, how to minimize conflicts so we can curb the issue of war economy and other social ills related to it. In this respect, also we may need to look at what we could call greed versus grievance and human sufferings. This is also an issue, how a few greeds are contributing to the sufferings and ignoring the grievances of millions of people. So this is also an issue that the member countries have to look at. It is not an easy undertaking, but we should consider, and later, just within 2 minutes, I think I could look at that. Yesterday, also, just some issues related to that. It is about land grabbing, also yesterday mentioned, and it is part. Sometimes I look at it as part of the war economy, and all of these are reflections of the weakness of the state. Irrespective, we accepted that or not, land and issues of land are issues of politics. We cannot ignore that. And this later will let us think about how we address the issues of land in this conference. From the first day and even up to today, we listen and just repeatedly about conflict as a result of climate change, desertification, and immigration. I think we should be more courageous to talk about the reality. It's a reality, it is about politics. At the same time, talking about desertification and land degradation, they are telling us that 70 or 80% of the communities do not have secure rights. So it is not about climate change or desertification. They are structural roots that we have to look at, and we have the courage to address these political structural causes of conflicts. Maybe another issue that I have to look at, it is about knowledge production, information availability or information sharing, and the implementation of the recommendations, including the recommendations of this project. I think this is also an issue that we have to look at seriously. Many of our communities, smallholder producers, pastoralists, and farmers, and large groups of women have been cut from what is going in the world. The old universe, my friends, have disappeared. We are living a new reality of controlled by the market economy and even the global commitment to market economy and the rapid transition. Most of our producers have not been equipped with the skills to keep with these challenges. They are still farming, still raising livestock as their ancestors did 200, 300 years ago. So these are issues that we have to look at. And finally, Mr. Adam, just to come to the issue of how to go for change. For me, it is about political reform. The issue of land, minimization of conflict is about political reform. It is, we know, in the region, that a process of democratization is going on, and this is very good, but still, our main problems in the region, it's about politics. We always talk about political commitments. Who are these politicians? From where do they come? They come from our society. But this disconnect between the institutions and the communities, I think, is an issue to be addressed. And I think for IGAD and its partners, the role of the youth, the role of civil society in addressing these issues and to equip them with the knowledge about the status of land. This is their own future, how to be equipped with the knowledge, how to help them through joint platforms that they should come together to discuss these issues. We know, they are supported by the international community to come around issues of gender rights and gender-based violence, all these issues. It is good, but still the land remained a very relegated, a very secondary position in issues related to youth and gender. Maybe the last is about political parties. Talking about land as part of as essentially a political issue, I think it is about accountability of our political parties, accountability to the society, accountability to the electors. And here I tried in Sudan just for the assessment of for the country assessment. I had a meeting with 21 political parties. None of these parties has included as the issue of land or natural resources in their political manifesto. And this is maybe one of the major challenges for us, how to improve the political performance of our political parties, how to promote our democratization process. Unless we address these issues, I think we will not go very much further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. Such an impassioned presentation. I think it's very important to highlight, of course, the nexus between politics, economy, or the war economy, and of course also climate change and the plight of the IDPs and others, and the fact that there is a responsibility for regional organizations and international community to combat some of these issues. And now I'd like to invite our colleague Abebe, who will share with us his reflections on Ethiopia. Abebe is a lawyer and a public policy expert, and he will share his reflections on that great country, Ethiopia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. I think first, I thought that we were going to deal with war economy as defined as the organization of a country's production and distribution capacity during conflict. Okay, that is what war economy is or does mean. So what I want to share with you is, you know that Ethiopia has been in conflict for the last 2 years, and how is the country managing or adjusting its economy to deal with the insurgency or with the war? Because, you know, everything is allocated to the war effort, and distribution or building the economy is endangered from two very different points. The laws that has been cited or that have been cited by the first presenter are actually were enacted during the normal times, and they could be used during war times. But during this wartime, there are various issues that emerge that could not be controlled by legislation or emergency legislation or policy. These problems that impact on the economy arise from two fronts, from the local and international front. From the local front, smuggling of weapons, money laundering, undermining the local currency, or those supporters of the insurgents in the towns are trying to undermine the local currency and the economy by various means. So the government has to deal with all these things. Secondly, the production or the producers, the farmers, the youth have to go to war, and agricultural production will be endangered or is endangered officially. So how is the country trying to accommodate to deal with these problems? You know that the country has launched a cluster farming system that amalgamates smallholders, and it has been successful. And these are, how to deal with such kinds of things. The other is from the international front. Internationally, social media, the propaganda war is not really very easy. The government has to respond to that. Has to spend a lot of money to respond to these people. Social media people, that they are paid and they don't care whatever news they get, they will distribute that. So this exacerbates the war. So the government has to repel that. And to repel or to defend that, it has to also spend money. On the other hand, there are international interests, international powers who have some interest in this or in the other way. So there is an economic embargo. Economic embargo from the superpowers. For example, the United States has prevented Ethiopia from the AGOA trade system because of the war. European countries, most of the countries, or the European economy, the European Union has prevented Ethiopia from accessing to its assistance, economic assistance. So in light of these problems, the government is trying to adjust its economy or the war economy to these things. So various means are being tried, various alliances are being tried. And this is how the war economy is, or the government is trying to deal with the war economy. In the local front, as I said, hoarding, opportunist traders are hoarding consumer products so that, grievance on the part of the people will rise and against the government. So it has to deal, or it has to issue emergency laws, emergency regulations to deal with such kinds of hoarding. Is a hoard, and you go to the market, the price is hiked, and that is a very serious problem now. As I said, smuggling of weapons, this is really a very difficult one, a very difficult problem. The laws are there, but the government has to do to spend a lot of money to check these activities. So this is, the practice, or the Ethiopian practice, the Ethiopian experience could be beneficial to those countries who are at war or who are facing civil war. So this is the war economy in Ethiopia, and I'll be glad to answer your questions. I've limited myself to adjustment of the economy during wartime, but issuing laws wouldn't help in this time, yeah, it could be helpful. But for example, if you issue social media laws, how are you going to deal with social media people who are outside the country? It's very difficult. So these are, okay. So these are some of the major problems that the laws and policies could not be effective during wartime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Abdurrahman Abdi Ahmed. Abdurrahman Abdi Ahmed is a Minister of Planning for Jubaland State of Somalia. For those of you who are not perhaps familiar with the country, Somalia is a federal state which comprises of 6 federal member states, and Jubaland is one of its constituents. So Abdurrahman will, Mr. Abdurrahman will talk about his experience and reflections. I think some of the issues we also would like to hear about is not only sort of generic or general issues, but also specifically what Hassan referred to, which was sort of the charcoal, which has been part and parcel of the war economy in Somalia. Over to you, Abdurrahman.
And thank you, moderator. When you hear minister, what comes into your mind is comprehensiveness in politics and policy. So I'll be more comprehensive, and the technical issues and specific, my brother Ibrahim has already presented. So I will be much comprehensive. Thank you. Moderator, my fellow panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Jubaland State of Somalia, I'm honored to join you this high-level regional conference on land and conflict in the East and Horn of Africa here in Kampala, Uganda. I begin my remarks by thanking the government of Uganda for hosting this important conference and for characteristically warm hospitality of the people of Uganda that we have been privileged to receive since we arrived. I underscore IGAD's and other international partners' responsibility as stewards to ensure that their shared aspiration of peace, prosperity, economic cooperation, and regional integration is delivered intact to our future generation. We also acknowledge the extraordinary partnership between them and Somalia, particularly Jubaland. The role of these partners in the Horn and East Africa cannot be overemphasized. On the local scene in the Horn of Africa in general, and Somalia in particular, the existential threat of terrorism hangs on our region's neck like a sword of Damocles. Terrorism has become under an unprecedented threat to international peace, security, and development. In this regard, we must all stand together against these inquisitive minorities who impediments our security and development. I wish to sincerely thank our regional and international partners for the concerted effort that they have put together in stemming the tide of radicalization and stalling the efforts and the action of these responsible for turning our people into tools of destruction and death, instead being instruments of development and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, currently Somalia facing one of the worst droughts in 40 years, leaving many people displaced. Over 7 million people are currently facing acute food shortage. As the situation worsens, this number is anticipated to continue rising. Jubaland State is a neighbor to the largest refugee settlement in the world, the Dadaab refugee settlement in Kenya. And we are hosting the largest population of IDPs and returnees, of which the government is committed to finding a durable solution to this affected population. We therefore appeal to the regional bodies and international partners to join us in upholding this global responsibility, as Jubaland is committed to creating a conducive and friendly working environment for all our international and national partners. Ladies and gentlemen, food security is a serious challenge the world is facing today, and in particular, East and Horn of Africa. It is estimated by the international agencies that by 2050, the world must feed 9 billion people. Yet, the demand for food will be 60% greater than it is today. Feeding human population today is already a serious challenge, meaning we are really looking at bleak future in terms of food security. To achieve these objectives, address a lot of issues for gender parity and aging population, to skills development and global warming. Somalia, Jubaland in particular, is a global warming. Somalia, Jubaland in particular, is very rich in production sectors such as agriculture, fisheries, and livestock. We therefore looking for global cooperation for those productive sectors to be more productive by adopting efficient business model and forging public-private partnership, and also need to become sustainable by reducing greenhouse gas emission, water, and waste. Ladies and gentlemen, land is a primary driver of conflict in Somalia, and it has been the heart of the country's crisis for 3 decades now, and still there is a competition over valuable land, pasture, and water source, as well as irrigable farmland. And those residing in cities and towns are disproportionately affected. Moreover, land disputes have exacerbated tension across several parts of Somalia. At the same time, Somalia has been the cast as the new frontier of oil and gas exploration, which has a strong potential to lead further conflict between contesting elites seeking access to oil avenues. Many substantive barriers have been identified which inhibit the resolution of these conflicts. These include fear of retaliation and a land policy and legislative vacuum, and the faculty of tapping into precedents by the courts or mediated by the traditional institutions, as neither keep written records. In addition, there is an overall lack of capacity, infrastructure, and expertise to solve land-related disputes. Land tenure is not uniform across Somalia, and a more detailed review will require a close examination to tenure types disaggregated by all federal member states, while extreme weather events and climate change differently impact tenure system in different ecological zones. The interface between land and governance and tenure security is most evident in the way that the weak land governance system in Somalia has impacted land rights, and gender inequality poses a challenge in the traditional dispute resolution structures. Jubaland established land management authority that consists of several line ministries chaired by the first deputy president of Jubaland. Through this effort, we formulated Land Management Act that facilitated our communities in rural and urban areas to have access to land rights and justice, thus de-escalated land dispute in Jubaland state of Somalia. And it is our vision to create an environment where everyone has a clear and secure property rights, where a strong land governance system support investment and economic growth, and where sustainable land use practice are the norm rather than exception. Therefore, we sincerely appeal from IGAD and other international partners, specifically land governance sector, to closely collaborate with Somalia, and in particular Jubaland, to enhance resource mobilization, setting legal frameworks and systems, infrastructure, and institutional capacity development to actualize our vision. And finally, I will talk about war economy. The Horn of Africa has witnessed many incidents of violence conflicts in the last few decades. The nature of state power in the Horn of Africa is a key source of conflict, a political victory assuming winner takes all form, with respect to wealth and resource, as well as prestige and prerogative of office. Moreover, political competition in the Horn of Africa is not rooted viable economic system. However, the resilience and adaptability of our local and regional actors are critical actors in determining whether and to what extent cross-border conflict and stability issues are successfully managed. In addition to immeasurable human and economic costs, including destruction of economic and physical infrastructure required for productivity growth and export diversification. The political fragmentation that arose as many countries aligned themselves with different power actors and blocs. The fragmentation sustained market segmentation and undermined cross-border trade and regional integration, and equally undermines the efforts and the process of structural transformation to realize the potential of African continental free trade agreement, which has been thought before as a game changer. To achieve meaningful progress towards these regional goals, IGAD, AU, and other policymakers should fast-track the implementation of African governance architecture to strengthen good governance and consolidate democracy. Related and equally vital for enhanced security is the building up for a strong, responsive, and accountable institution to foster inclusive growth and political participation. We actually need to broaden support for the African peace and security architecture, which outlines a comprehensive strategy for conflict prevention and management that will smooth the transition towards a continental approach that strengthens ownership, Africa's peace and security promotion plan, and its alignment with the regional economic development strategy. I'm concluding. We would like to contribute to many suggestions and recommendations you have already received from different actors that Somalia need a land governance framework which is more gender sensitive and aims at achieving governance framework which is more at achieving equal opportunities for all citizens, men and women, inclusive in respect to land matters. I thank you.
Huh? Absolutely, and he's finished on time, on cue. I think that concludes our the discussions and observations made by the panelists. I think we have learned a number of things. So we've learned that the war economy is not so unique in terms of not only Africa, but also the member states of IGAD. And this is a quite common problem that we all share. Whilst some states within the IGAD, this is a problem at a national level or national magnitude, others have observed it is indeed sort of quite local and localized. And I think for obvious reasons in Somalia, both colleagues who've talked about the Somali experience have indeed extrapolated that the problem is, the magnitude of the problem is quite national. We also have heard from the colleagues that there needs to be a comprehensive legal and policy regimes to deal with some of these problems that we are facing, both at the national and the subnational level. The first speaker aptly demonstrated that it's not about the lack of law or policy, but the lack of enforcement and implementation of those laws, which of course goes into the heart of the rule of law and good governance and the culture of constitutionalism. Because what is the point of having laws in the books if they cannot be enforced? So as a part of the overall discussions that we are having, and we have yesterday, as you were aware, we had chief justices and other senior judges. The role of the judiciary is quite important and paramount in order to ensure that laws are applicable. And they can't really apply those laws effectively if the judiciary itself isn't independent. I was pleasantly, of course, surprised some of the presentations by the executive yesterday where reference was made that the judiciary of our host country were indeed undertaking their constitutionally mandated work, which was sometimes making the executive rather jittery. At any rate, I think this gives us an opportunity to perhaps open the floor for questions and comments from our colleagues. I think maybe we take 3 questions each, and then we will open for responses. Perhaps the questioner may want to point or address the question to either a specific individual or the individual panelist that they might want to respond to, or it could potentially be a general one, in which case we will, of course, do our best to ensure that one of them will be able to ably respond. Ajimi, yeah, Hag. I think you need to come back. Yes. So over to my brother, if you can we get the microphone, please? Yes, if you can, for our colleagues from the audience, if they can indeed tell us their names and the institutions which they represent. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Adam. My name is Walter Okidiladua. I'm from Uganda here. I want to first assure you, your session has been the best so far. Why I'm saying so is because at last today in this session, we have put our fingers on the causes of all the problems we have been talking about for the last 2 days. This is the real problem. The war economies we have been having within this region because of the various wars we have been having. What my brother Loki and Mushega talked about, and the other panelists, we must take back the message that the longer war takes place in any country, the more the population gets used to the war economy. And once you get used to the war economy, it is difficult to stop it. That is what in the 70s we used to call it the Magendo economy in Uganda here. It was the Magendo economy. And what my brother Luki talked about, the Lera trade is still going on between Uganda and South Sudan. Today, it is now manifesting itself as corruption. And I can assure you, the longer you remain in that war economy, the more you will have corruption in your country, and you will never be able to get rid of it. So we need to wake up now and start working on it straight away. This is the problem. We shall not address the land issues if we do not fight this particular one. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Very pertinent comments. The gentleman behind.
Yes, thank you. He has already intimated that the panel is the best. I am very passionate about discussions on conflict. My name is Tom Balemesa Kisembo, and I do peace and development research, and I advise organizations in different capacities. And my areas of interest is basically conflict, land, mining, and women. But quite a number of observations. Mr. Mushega, that was a very great presentation. And my questions in my mind, being a student of conflict, I was asking myself, in these policy frameworks, who is punishable? And you know very well, you put it clearly that the laws are as good as effective, but you know also very well that the law is like a cobweb. So we have all these actors who are busy going through the cobweb even as they do illicit money flows in our countries. So, I mean, those are questions to ask. And then I look at the reflections on Ethiopia. Ethiopia, yes, you mentioned the war economies and how the Americans are busy putting more or less like embargoes on AGOA. And I went strictly to the finance tracking service by UNOCHA 2020 to 2022. When you look at the figures there, if at all AGOA has closed you out, I mean, if you look at the African countries, I think Ethiopia is one of the biggest recipients of US aid when you look at those figures. So while they close you this side, they're providing money the other side, be it through stabilization funds and all of these things. So it is, I think, upon us to look at other ways how we could work out with the different donors. And then thirdly, yeah, I enjoyed the presentation from Prof from Sudan. And my only aspect is a systematic analysis of actors, but also the changing roles of actors in all these economies. Trust me, DRC not being part of IGAD maybe, but even in Somalia, some of us might be keeping in Ghana, but to keep reading a lot about how the changing roles of actors is very, very quick. And every other time you hear of a new group in Mozambique, the guys are coming up. So all these are imperative for us to discuss. And to me, the changing roles of actors is very key, especially when it comes to political economy analysis. And I would also, I mean, as a recommendation, I've been in quite a number of discussions here, but the whole aspect of conflict sensitivity analysis is a missing point in most of the interventions. I think that is quite very, very good to consider in terms of programming. And then lastly, I think, yeah, my friend has talked about governance, but I think also reorienting development policy to be more conflict sensitive. To me, that is the argument I always have, because I worked in organizations implementing conflict sensitivity. We used to partner with organizations in Sudan, in Somalia. I worked with Safe World, and there were some results you could see on ground. But these are some of the discussions I think IGA needs to put across as you look at all these other issues. So in respect to the panel, thank you very much for getting all these insights, especially on the last day, and we have talked about the real issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. It seems to, I mean, I think we are all sort of resonating some of the observations that have been made by the panelists. Perhaps I see that gentleman there. Question? Or maybe perhaps question and a comment.
Thank you very much. I'm Kakoza Savio
from the Equal Opportunities Commission of Uganda. And my question specifically is directed to Honorable Abdurrahman Mohammed. First of all, thank you for your submissions. However, when you came to recommendations, you talked about coming up with land governance frameworks that are gender sensitive for equality purposes. But how do you intend to balance the issue of religion vis-a-vis the secular laws? Because as I was looking through, I found that almost 99% of Somalia is basically Islam. So how do you intend to balance up the sexual laws with the religion for equality purposes? Thank you.
I think you can respond from where you're sitting, Minister.
Thank you so much, my brother, for the great question. I want to put into your attention that Somalia is in post-conflict recovery, and we are in the effort now of rebuilding the state. So in this case, we don't have a complete constitution. Our constitution is in draft, and it's not completed. So the government, with the support of international community, we are now gearing or putting more effort on how the completion of the drafted constitution. And you know that complete constitution is the guidelines of good governance in every state. So once we finalize the constitution of the federal government of Somalia, that is the time we can be able now to segregate these laws. Or so maybe I can transfer my brother Hassan to it, since we are on the same page. Thanks.
Yeah, just let me be brief, and I'm in line with my colleague and friend, the Minister of State for Jubaland. I was member of parliament, as my honorable, the moderator mentioned earlier. The Somalia, since the collapse of the central government, our laws are not made unagreeable, or just there is no referendum yet. The Somalia, before it was a centralized government, at the moment is a federal system. Every federal member state has its own constitution, and the constitution are not harmonized. But mostly just when the federal member state constitution, there is any dispute or any issue that can cause any miscommunication or issue or argument, normally they refer to the constitution draft that we have, which was being passed in 2011, redrafted, amended, but not made into a proper. But that's, we are still using it as a draft constitution. Is a reference for the government and reference for the people. I think that's what I need to add. But we're hoping that soon that constitution will be made a draft, will be made a public, and you can find it as a reference in the internet, and it's widely available. And all the questions, I think you can get the answer from there. Anything that you can get back to us after the session. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm one of the drafters of the Provisional Constitution. So our Constitution is provisionally adopted. There are certain areas that hasn't been settled on, especially on issues relating to resource sharing, fiscal federalism, the status of the capital city, and issues of that kind. But the current Constitution is provisionally adopted. And it's actually in force. So that is the basic law of the country. But yes, I absolutely agree. There are certain areas that needs to be elaborated further. Any other takers? Yes, my dear sister. Can we have the microphone, please? The mic to.
Good afternoon. First, I thank all the panelists for this interactive session. All of presenters or speakers are raise the issue of the land, conflict, and economy in a narrative way. This reminds us all as a region to look for a deep analysis and look for the measuring the impacts and the consequences of this issue in terms of the figures, so as to facilitate the land monitoring in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two more, perhaps. Okay. Perhaps I would give an opportunity to the professor, if you can perhaps shed light to some of the issues that you thought you didn't have time on, or also reflections and commentary that was made. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, I will start. Thank you very much, and also thanks for the issues raised by the floor. I could just respond very quickly to these issues of laws and policies. And I think one of the problems in the region is lack of law enforcement mechanisms, a very low level of policy and law implementation. And also this is a reflection of the weak institutional capacities. And I think this will be even to support peaceful resolution of conflicts, to sustain peace. I think one of the priorities will be how to equip our institutions with the capacities and capabilities to perform their mandates. Most of our institutions today, for me, I look at it as extractive institutions rather than being inclusive, socially responsive institutions. So this is an issue that we have to invest in. Another issue is related to information. Absolutely, Susan, I do fully agree with you. That is one of the major limitations is about information, up-to-date information. And for us in Sudan, for example, the federal system adopted since 1992 has resulted in the fragmentation of information. The cooperation between the federal government and the state government is one of the weakest points in the federal system. So it is still an issue of governance that we have to keep pace with. I think the fragmentation information, lack of gender disaggregated data will remain a big challenge for us that we have to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. I think federalism, when you look at the United States, which has adopted many moons ago, that evolutionary process, it takes actually quite some time for these institutions to take root. Initially, at the beginning, or the advent of federalism in the US, for example, the states had huge amount of power. As time went by, and people basically gave credence to the idea of United States, and the legitimacy of the state has increased, and social contract was there. That balance now is skewed towards the federal government, and I think we will, of course, see that. It's just a matter of time. It is about, legitimacy. It's about social contract. Yes.
I think there was a question about the culpability of those who are engaged in our economy. Technically, it's the person who is caught who will be culpable. For example, if you are a customs officer and you assist a person smuggling goods into any country, it's you who is going to be held accountable. The nature of conflict and the resultant war economy is such that the big fish will hardly ever be caught. I keep going back to the case of the DRC. If you got a commander who is busy exploiting gold or diamonds in the DRC, the likelihood of getting this person crossing the border into Rwanda or Uganda or Sudan is very, very minimal. So it's the person who is caught that will be held accountable in accordance with the national laws.
As mentioned earlier, Somalia has been in conflict over 30 years, and it merits a session on its own when it comes to war economy. I have not prepared more because of the time constraint that we have. There is a lot of examples that in Somalia that you can learn. It is not a positive sign how the war and the conflict are being benefited. Not only the organized groups like the piracy and the Al-Qaeda affiliated group, Al-Shabaab, how they tax people and they generate revenue. Also in the business community, when the system collapses and there is no system to control when it comes to the quality control, and you can export and import whatever you like, they bring a lot of foods which are not adequate and fit for consumption, medication which is not fit for human being, and a lot of things, and they profit a lot. And it's a market controlled people or gang, whatever you like it. They have a lot of system in place and they protect it, and it's impenetrable because the government is still weak. The institution is very weak because we're struggling to eradicate Al-Shabaab and get proper control of the, and this is just some examples that yes, you may need to know of. They're making billions and billions, investing many other countries, but those places that they invest, they believe maybe this money is just honorably earned or maybe honestly earned, whatever, but which is not. But it's not. But we're getting there. But there's a lot of things that are going on in when it comes to the conflict profitees and those who benefit. Thank you.
I'm very happy that I didn't have a question, maybe because I'm a country that has lived in conflict for so many decades. During the armed conflict in Sudan, the southern part, during the war, they made sure they don't want to use anything that belongs to the government, including the laws. But at a later point, they had what was called the ground rules, which had a lot of things from the international law. The ground rules was made during the Operation Lifeline Sudan, in which the SPLM signed a memorandum of understanding with the UN to observe, like the rule of combat, prisoners of war, to allow the free flow of the relief items and all this. So there was at least a follow-up for the international laws in armed conflict. Again, the right of belligerents in the issue of Somalia. I would never thought Somalia had no constitution up to now. But still they have some laws which they follow of the old Somali system before the collapse, whether it is to do with criminal law, to do with civil transactions and all this. At least there is something. Britain, they don't have what you call a written constitution, but they have bills that they follow. So when you say Britain has no constitution, they say why? But they have bills. The bill, for example, of women's rights and all this. So Somalia They have all the other laws, but less of the constitution. Maybe they will have to go, and it's easy to draft a constitution, but how to observe the other laws is actually a problem. Finally, I did not mention that during the armed conflict, we had what is called the civil and the military administrators, who are acting as judges as well as the military rulers. Though it was not a good thing, but at least to fill the gap. Because you can't be a military at the same time, a judge. Sometimes the military will fire squad somebody extrajudicially, and the case is brought before him. So, but this is a state of war. When there is war, there is normally a breakdown of the constitutional machinery, and there is no rule of law, and we always say rule of the gun prevails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As an English trained lawyer, I remember the first constitutional administrative lecture that we had. I went to a rather archaic university. So our professor started with saying that we don't have a constitution. And somebody asked why. And he said his constitutions are for uncivilized people. But of course, I digress. There is a constitution in Britain. It's not written down. There are basically founding documents all the way to Magna Carta, the Human Rights Act in 1998, all those things, conventions, they are part of the constitutional documents of the country. And Somalia does have a constitution, by the way. It's just that it is provisionally adopted, yes. Any further questions? I think we're coming towards the end or concluding of this session. Perhaps I might give 5 minutes to any additional questions or comments or clarifications that some of you may have. If not, of course, yes.
Sorry, going back to the previous question, under international law, some international crimes actually have an international jurisdictional application. For example, if you review the treaty on international crimes, every state has an obligation to enforce that law. So if you commit that crime here, you can be handed down by Interpol and be arrested in Somalia and tried there or Sudan. So you have to make a distinction between domestic crimes like theft of a chicken and being involved in something like terrorism, money laundering. Yes, you can be charged in any part of the world.
Okay, so Adam, would it be correct for me to appreciate you?
I think we have one last comment from the colleague here, and then I think we will conclude, Doctor. Thank you.
Let me share the microphone.
Mr. Mushega actually reminded me of something which is critical about international laws, these instruments, which we have been adopting them. There has been in Uganda since 1967, 1970, 1979, 1980, 85, and 86, in that order. We have something we call legal notice. Always is legal notice number one. What they do is that the government promulgates this legal notice number one, saying whatever anybody did in the process of the prosecution of this war, which ended in this taking over government up to now, all of them should be amnesty, all cancelled. So you cannot prosecute anybody. I don't know whether you can, these other international instruments would work beyond these legal notices. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it is time, and I just would like to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues from all the IGAD member states who have done such a wonderful job in illuminating, I think, one of the most murky subjects within this conference, and that is war economy. So thank you very much. It was a great honor. Looking forward to continuing these discussions at the margins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists as they take their seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the tail end of our 3-day conference. And I think it's only fair that we take a couple of minutes to reflect. But before we do that, I'd like to take a special moment to recognize the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentarians Land Management Forum. She's the woman member of parliament for Chiboka, Honorable Kaya Christine Nachimwero. Let's give her a round of applause. She's been with us here for the entire time. Honorable, thank you very much. We will give you time to give us a few words of inspiration later on during the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also very proud to have with us the Minister of State for Urban Development, Honorable Obiga Kanya. Big round of applause. Big round of applause. It's an honor to have you here with us, sir. Thank you so much for making time. And as we have people coming in, I've realized that we've had such a hectic day. James, are we okay? Okay, we've had such a hectic day. I'd like everybody to stand up for a second. Let's kindly stand up. It's been such a jam-packed 3 days of hard work. And you know, as a veterinary scientist, you know, the biology behind working in the afternoons is that after you've eaten, digestion kicks in. So blood moves away from your head, goes to the stomach. So people like falling asleep. So what we like to do is that we would like everybody to wake up. So turn around to your neighbor and say, wake up. Look at your neighbor and say, wake up. All right. Now, what we'd like to do is we'd like to do another physical exercise. Everybody just turn your head around like this. Very good. Clockwise, anti-clockwise. Hands on your hips, move forward. Okay, move it back. Move to the right, move to the left. Wonderful. Now you see, being from Uganda and you know, us people from the Horn of Africa, we have rhythm. And being people of rhythm, you can't do exercise without music. So what we like to do is just put on some music. James, can I have some music, please? Music. So this is the favorite Ugandan music, okay? I want everybody to learn this, okay? Hands in the air. Everybody turn around. All right. All right, hands on the hips. All right. Move your hands around, hips around. Okay, DJ, cut. You didn't come here to dance. You came here to work. Let's sit down, please. We are losing focus. Let's sit down here, please. Very good. Now that we are all back and focused, I'd like to quickly apologize because in our presence, we happen to have one of our partners. And you see, our partners have been reviewing and seeing us for the last couple of days. I'd like to say this dancing just happened today. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to the podium the head of the Development Corporation at the Embassy of Sweden from Kampala, Mr. Ola Holgren. Please welcome him as he comes to the podium. And Mr. Ola, I'll just put it on record that this dancing just happened now. We have been serious for the last 3 days. So kindly take the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think nothing can be more serious than a little bit of exercise and dancing at the tail end of a long conference. I don't know whether it was intentional, but I'm happy that this happened before my I promised to be not too lengthy speech at this conference. As mentioned, my name is Ola Holgren. I'm head of development cooperation at the Swedish Embassy here in Kampala. And I have attended part of this conference in person, also followed it from afar, and we have had people from our regional office in Addis Ababa, who actually are the ones that are supporting the program, the IGAD program that in part supports also this conference. I have learned something. I have been here in the country for the last 4 years. It's a long period for a diplomat to stay in a country. It is proof of how much I've enjoyed the country and the people here. It's at the same time a short period. So if I say something that about Uganda or something that you are the experts on the issues that you have discussed, please forgive me or correct me if you so see fit. But I think over the past 3 days, the conference has discussed and highlighted the linkage between land from a number of aspects. Land and peace and security, I believe, was the focus of day 1. Land and access to justice was the focus day 2. Land and climate change and food system, the focus of day 3. I'm sure, since the issues are interlinked, that there has been a little bit of movement between these topics, but these are the three areas that were highlighted. And I think the common denominator in all these discussions is how aspects related to land impacts people in the region. Severely and dramatic impacts land has on their lives. The significance of addressing land issues, I think, cannot be overemphasized. I think the world faces, we know that the world now faces a food security crisis of enormous scale. And the challenges facing the Horn of Africa and the EGAN region are really daunting, unprecedented even. And taking some of the figures that comes from IGAD Conference of Ministers, I think the region accounts for about 1/5 of the number of people categorized as being in crisis or more, with close to 50 million people projected to fall into this category this year alone. And in Somalia and South Sudan, more than 300,000 people are projected to face catastrophic conditions, with some 10 million children under 5 suffering from malnutrition. This situation, as we've heard, has many causes that are complex, causes that are interrelated. Climate change, the variability of climate has been mentioned, the competition for resources, conflicts, whether it's outright armed conflicts or fragile peace and security situations, diseases such as COVID and pests, the locust invasions have had an effect. And what I heard now in the last session, a little bit, not a little bit, but much emphasized, was also the war economy and the political context, also corruption being mentioned as part, as is the quality and presence of institutions. The list can be made longer. I think the important point to make is just the fact that these issues are interrelated, that they need to be addressed simultaneously, and the people closest to the ground know what to address first and how to address them. As I said, I've been here in Uganda during the past 4 years, and let me a little bit turn to the situation as I have experienced it here over that period of time. I've noticed that tensions over land and other resources have increased, with high incidences of land rights violations, forced evictions, etc. You can see it, you hear about it, you hear about colleagues speaking about it in the office, you see it in the news, you see it in papers. This particularly in the northern regions and the Albertine regions. And another issue here in Uganda is the number of former IDPs, particularly again in northern Uganda, still face major poverty and reintegration challenges. The effects of climate change leads to increased competition for natural resources, such as firewood, and give rise to frictions between IDPs and local communities. And here, the high dependency on biomass for energy in Uganda, the figure that has been quoted to me is 90%, which is quite a staggering figure, really, not only relating to household, but I also learned when we launched a program in the area of energy efficiency that, for example, the tea industry here for heating purposes uses firewood to a large extent. That is, of course, that increases the competition for that particular natural resource and give rise to conflicts around that. I will not repeat. I was much impressed, and I'm sure everyone that has been present here has been impressed by the knowledge from the delegates from the region that have come to share their experiences and their solutions. But let me just, before closing, mention a little bit about the long-standing partnership with IGAD that Sweden enjoys. A partnership that includes many areas: institutional support, land governance, peace and security, gender integration, migration, just to mention a few. A conference such as this speaks volumes about the importance of IGAD, I think, and let me reaffirm our will and our intention to continue to work with IGAD. Here in Uganda, we complement the work that is being done by support linked to the issues that you have discussed here. And let me end by mentioning a few of those. Well, we have one such example is a 3-year peace-building program that is implemented by Safer World that, among others, focuses on land as a conflict driver. One of I think 4 or 5 conflict drivers that has been identified. And this is a program that has a focus on northern and western regions of Uganda. We also support a 5-year community justice program, which is implemented by IDLO to enhance access to justice for marginal and vulnerable communities. And here we know that land justice and land issues figure prominently. Last but not least, a 5-year program with FAO as our agreement partner that aims at strengthening climate-smart resilience for rural women in Karamoja and West Nile regions, focusing on such things as tenure security, agricultural adaptation, and watershed management. Let me just end by stating the obvious. Nothing, I think, can be more important to focus on than land issues. It brings together so many aspects that all are important. But as someone said immediately before here, let us put land front and center and start the discussions from there. I wish I would have been able to participate more in the deliberation during these days, but let me just say how happy I am that the conference has taken place, and even before that dance that we ended with, I could sense a lot of energy in the room. So thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ola Holgren, Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of Sweden here in Uganda. So, to have a better understanding of what has transpired over the last couple of days, I'm very proud to call to the front Mr. Conrad Bosire. Conrad happens to be the official conference rapporteur, and he's going to be taking us through the draft conference report. Et j'aimerais vous dire que c'est seulement provisoire. So si vous voyez anything which doesn't look very correct en tant que grammaire, orthographe et tout ça, on va les changer après, and it'll be cleaned up afterwards. So this is just provisional. This is just the draft. And let's give him a round of applause as he walks up. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mitch, distinguished delegates, participants. As you've heard, my name is Conrad Bosire, and together with Eric Thige, maybe you can stand up for the delegates to see you, and with the help of Stefano, we formed the core team that developed and recorded the proceedings and the deliberations in this conference. But also to mention that we didn't work just the 3 of us. As you realize, over the 3 days, we have had numerous sessions on numerous sub-themes based on the 3 themes, main themes of the conference, and therefore we have relied on diverse teams from the secretariats of the organizing institutions to come up with what we have. Just to reiterate from what the program director has mentioned, is that what we have here is following the conference, high-level issues that we picked up. And as you know, after this, we have the directors and the ministries coming up with a communique from here based on the themes of the conference. And therefore, please, if there's anything missing from the points that we've mentioned, as you've heard, we'll edit the language, make the points stronger and all that. But if there's something that is critical and missing, having participated in all these sessions, and also keeping in mind, not everyone was in every meeting that issues were discussed. Please, this is your opportunity to help us make the document better, to communicate the issues, and to get the actions that we needed. So we just have a very brief introduction up there. We need not go to that. But just to recap, that on the first day, we were told that this is the first time that a meeting of this nature is being hosted by the government of Uganda, and mainly because of the nature of participants here. A diverse collection from government delegations, from land and experts, civil society, development partners, international organizations, or who converged here for these issues. And I need not mention the main themes of the conference. They were well elaborated in the programs and also distributed through the programs in the 3 main days, all ranging from prioritizing and promoting responsible conflict, sensitive, inclusive land and natural justice governance and access to justice, and sustainable allocation of land use, securing local land rights to support climate change, realizing women's and girls' equal rights to land and all that. And these were broken down to 3 daily themes: land, conflict, peace and security, access to justice, responsible land governance, and the 3 land rights, climate, and food systems. The theme of gender, being an arcing and recurring theme, was mainstreamed within the 3 main themes. And just to mention, in the 3 days, we have 5 distinct sessions to interrogate various gender-specific issues related to vulnerability in matters of land justice and land governance as they obtain in the region, and the issues being considered within the region. So allow me to go into the key and emerging issues that we considered. And just to explain the structure, we started with a broad background and information. Then we have identified the key and emerging issues that were considered during the program. And here we have gone thematic across all the sessions and tried, as I said, to pull high-level points that were discussed throughout the various sessions. So the first point here is that in the region that we are considering, rangelands are multifunctional, so that when you talk about use, you are not just having one form of utilization in mind. They are multivariate, and they border around uses and economic activities for various activities, and all deliberations must not be unidirectional. They must bear in mind the diverse activities. The second major point that was mentioned is the need to balance the legitimate responsibilities of the state vis-a-vis the interests of the communities, their livelihoods, and all that, and to strike a legitimate balance, because all these are necessary, the second major point. Then we also have in all these governance processes and the outcomes usually, and in implementation, has been that women are hurt by the governance policies and land governance issues. They come out as a victim of the process, and yet they have the agency to be core stakeholders and to lead discussions in this. As we know, the content of all these activities has women at the center of it, and with that intention of enhancing control, and having them as the stakeholders in all these processes. We all know about climate change and its impact, and the way it is forming the basis of conflict in the region, very important. And then we also have issues of boundaries and identities overlapping all around the region, including boundaries between states and within states. A very important issue as we discuss this important theme or themes. There are different levels of planning and responses. And here, basically, we are talking about from the community, village, household level, all the way to national, regional, continental, and global. For instance, when you talk about investments, you're talking about multinational corporations operating globally, vis-a-vis the interests of communities and families and individuals at the local level. We need to consider all those levels, the various interests, and how they need to be effectively involved. Communities at the local level need to occupy the center driver's seat in shaping and crafting policies and laws that affect their way of life. Their representation and voice is critical in all the levels we mentioned above. That was also emphasized. We also talked about the plurality of legal systems. And this point was mentioned countless times by almost all speakers who spoke on this issue, and they need to ensure coherence between formal and informal justice systems. And the phrase that was thrown around a lot is a multi-door approach to administration of justice. Vulnerable groups, individuals, and communities suffer disproportionately whenever there's a disruption of their lives and livelihoods. And in all these categories, we need to consider that and ensure that special rights are actually taken care of in responses. Information and capacity gaps at all levels, from the communities to professionals to national level and regional level players, international. We all need to consider capacity and information gaps that we require to fill in order to ensure that all these issues are addressed. So if you're moving with me, the next point is quite important. This is what will form the basis. Of course, the background issues which I've just mentioned, but this is what will form the basis of the communique that the ministers are going to sign at the end of this week. And the communique, the meat of the communique is contained in the deliberations that we have had since Monday on all these issues. So, number one, and these are very clear and straightforward recommendations, on land use and management, review and reform existing institutions on land governance and administration, including clarifying relationships between different government institutions and levels of government on matters related to land governance, including roles of local community-based governance structures. Very loaded and broad, but quite clear to the point on what we need to do in terms of institutions. Review existing national legal and policy frameworks on land use and management to secure land rights, protect the rights of women and youth and vulnerable social groups that are affected in land use management, comprehensive policies and action plans on land use and management in each member countries, taking into account the interconnection with food security, climate change, and natural resource management. Promote the application of the existing guideline principles of large-scale land-based investments issued by AU, we'll correct that small typo, the African Development Bank and the Economic Commission for Africa, this setting the pace for proper investment that takes into account all the issues we are talking about. Review and develop national policies on investments, building on the best practices recorded in various IGAD countries, and even from other countries in the region which have good practices to borrow from. Support policy reforms to advance fair and equitable participation in community-based land and natural resource management processes, share and adopt practices from member states that have led to better use and management of land, collect and update data and information on land use patterns, land values, traditional land users, titles, land holders, leases, and all the informations necessary for monitoring and evaluating the patterns of sound policies of land and natural resource management. Develop and adopt technologies that can support inclusion and involvement in land use management. So friendly technologies that are sensitive to the needs of various groups and which enhance sound policies of land management and dispute resolution. Then the second major area of recommendations is on conflict prevention and access to justice. If you notice, these generally follow the themes that were laid out at the beginning of the conference. So we try to methodically follow that with systematic recommendations. So one here, of course, in one of the presentations we had of the early warning and conflict response mechanisms by IGAD. So one of the recommendations is to follow and use this warning system and address that as the warnings come. Take some steps to ensure coherence and harmonious coexistence of multiple systems of administration of justice. We've heard about the traditional systems, and the consensus coming out is that these systems are not necessarily bad. They are very good norms that can be incorporated in actual resolution of disputes relating to land and natural resources. We need to take that part and then harmonize it with the formal justice systems that we have. Resolve and disentangle the multiple overlapping and conflicting interests on the rights on the formal and informal land tenure systems. So basically securing land rights, whether from the formal system, informal, and ensuring that they form the basis of safeguarding rights of the various groups. Entrench ADR mechanisms, and this is the broad range of mediation and negotiation into the formal legal system while resolving disputes. You had specific examples from countries on this. Support and strengthen the alternative justice systems, including the traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, and ensuring that women and youth rights are underscored, discriminatory practices outlawed, and forbidding or controlling the use of multiple forums which create inefficiencies. Improve participation of both women and youth in alternative justice systems, not only as justice seekers, but also as partakers in the justice process and as right holders. Seek to establish specialized courts. That's one of the specific lessons that came through, and broad recommendation with the various issues to take into account, ensuring that the operationalization of courts is in harmony with the multiple justice systems for overall effectiveness. And legal aid came out as a point in this because of the cost of access, especially to the formal justice system. It's a substantial point. We also talked about capacity development and knowledge management. This comes from the information and knowledge gaps that exist at all levels, from the communities to international players. We need to look at the capacity of all the players at all levels and see what we need to do in order to grow those capacities for them to be active partakers. National awareness plans on gender and intergenerational responsiveness, public awareness, engagement strategies on land use and management and conflict resolution. Build the capacity of formal and informal justice sectors, justice sector actors to solve land disputes and embrace ADR. Build the capacity of institutions, local governments, state departments in areas such as climate change, climate finance, monitoring and reporting, because in some way they are contributors to conflict and can actually be a positive contribution we've well understood and applied. Climate change in the education system in order for the young people going through the learning system to be acquainted with these issues. Ensure development, dissemination, and access to information for members of the public on issues related to land governance, access to justice, and other relevant themes for the empowerment of citizens through knowledge. Then on women's meaningful participation in land governance and dispute resolution, as I said, we had 5 distinct sessions interrogating various issues of women's meaningful participation in this area. So the first point that came out very prominently is to reform laws and policies that prevent women from ownership, use, and management of land and natural resources. That came out very clearly. And it also came out, it's not just the traditional systems, but also even the formal systems that we have done this and that, and we need reforms across the board to empower women to be active partakers as they are in land governance issues. Cross-sectoral consultation. Here, as we said, Land governance is not just on the land sector, it affects various other sectors, social, economic, political. We need cross-sectoral consultation in order to have holistic approaches. Strengthen the capacity of women to engage in advocacy and policy making, promote access of women to credit, resources to be available to women, and to facilitate their participation, ensure provision of legal aid, specifically to women justice seekers, and more notably at the local level where this is missing. A point came out that this is usually available in the capital and in the villages and the local level. It's glaringly missing, so we need community level engagement and access to legal aid. Ensure meaningful participation of women local leaders to engage in policy making at all levels, starting from the community level. On climate change and natural resources management, support the development of inclusive and accessible technologies that respond to climate change, such as stress-tolerant crops, irrigation, early warning systems, etc. Promote the contextual diversification of livelihoods among households, and contextual here meaning that there is full participation, informed participation of those who are participating in the economic transformation. Encourage agronomic practices such as agroforestry and conservation agriculture, of course, bearing in mind the prevailing context and whether these methods are applicable. Pest and vector surveillance and management, there's actually a point that was made that invasive plant species have in some areas contributed to conflict because of the eating away of grazing land. So that is, it may appear a minor point, but it's actually backed up by substantial issues in the field. Each member state to develop a strategy for incorporating and appropriating indigenous knowledge and strategies in climate change and natural resources management. That came out in the sessions that discussed climate change within these broad themes. Then, the second last area that we pointed out is on regional efforts and integration. And here we are saying, let's redouble the efforts in the implementation of the protocol on transhumance, the IGAD protocol on transhumance. So we already have a protocol in place which identifies standards and also a roadmap towards there. So we need not start this from the scratch. There's already a mechanism that we need to activate within our spaces, and we have norms and standards to aspire to already. So let's activate that. Encourage sustainable and equitable use and management of transboundary resources as sources of peace and unity among member states. Already we have examples within the domestic setting. We were told that the regional setting, the pace is a bit slower. Maybe we can try and replicate that. Support international and regional organizations and civil society groups articulating for accountability and transparency in land governance and women's rights to land. So here, basically promoting standards that allow openness, transparency, and active participation. And these can be regional standards adopted at regional forum like IGAD and supporting institutions. Support the establishment of regional oversight mechanisms to ensure that member state countries adopt best land governance practices in the region to protect and ensure the best use of their respective lands. Then the final point that we recorded for the conference is about resource mobilization. You realize from points 1 to 6, we require certain kinds of resources, be it expertise, be it financial, be it material. Capacity development has resource implications. All this, development of regional norms and standards, they all require some form of resource mobilization and support. So the final one is a call for international development partners and even the member states. We need to add that here to support operationalization of this transformative agenda. So myself, together with the group that we worked on, and so far what we have, these are the deliberations and the main points from those themes that came out and which will form the basis of the communique that the directors and ministers will discuss after this organization. I welcome your points and inputs. As we said, we'll refine the language, we'll put the commas and full stops. But if there's any substantial issue or point that you think needs to fit somewhere in where we have said, or additional areas, this is your opportunity to assist us to make this document better so that it can communicate accurately the deliberations and issues that we have had over the last 3 days, including today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Conrad. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure now to welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chiboga to give us a few words and give us her insights. Please welcome the Honorable Kaya Christine Nachimwero. Big round of applause as she makes her way.
Good evening to you all. Right Honorable Minister, our staff from the ministry, the line ministry, and also staff from the relevant institutions of our government here in Uganda, our visitors from the Eastern Horn of Africa, you're most welcome. Like I was introduced, I'm Kaya Christine Nachimwero, Chiboga District Woman Member of Parliament, but also I'm the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment, and also the chairperson for the Uganda Parliamentarians Land Management Forum. This was a forum that was established this year. We just wanted to put a record of establishing such a forum in the 11th Parliament of Uganda. As Parliament of Uganda, we have the Infrastructure Committee. But like the name suggests, we thought that if we establish the forum, we would accommodate more members to deliberate on land governance and dispute matters. Generally, improve the debate on land issues, because the formal committee only includes around 32 members of parliament, yet the Ugandan parliament has over 529 members. And like the name suggests, it was like most of the land-related issues would be accorded special committees to investigate, to research, and then come back and report to Parliament. Much of the concentration of the committee would be on infrastructure development, urban development, housing, and we could much of the issues on land matters would be left to these other special committees. So we felt that it was very important to include all members of parliament in the debate on land, owing to the fact that every member of parliament actually has a land conflict in his or her constituency. So based on my previous engagement with the civil society on land issues, I felt that if I become a member of parliament, that would be my first target, to ensure that I coordinate with the rest of the members and we establish this committee. So we are happy that it is in place now, legally registered and ready to move on. So I have been working with a number of members here in the past years, and I am happy that they have moved on. They have kept on the promise of the debate, and I can assure you that for sure from here, we are rejuvenated as land actors in our different capacities. When we established the forum, we also perceived it another mechanism through which the different stakeholders can channel their interests or grievances or matters on land to the Parliament of Uganda. following the different responsibilities of the parliament, including the oversight role. We wanted to ensure that as members move to their respective constituencies, they actually follow up with the issues on land. And then the representation part of it, when we go back to parliament during plenary, we should be able to fast track. For example, how far has the Land Act been implemented? What are the issues at hand? What should really Parliament take on as far as land issues are concerned? So in the representation role of the members. The other one is the legislation. That is why I've been paying very much attention on some of the policies that have been working, that are working for the different nations here. And I've learned a lot. Is it the policy that can enable us implement so well? Is it the act? And then what other guidelines can other sectors take on? We expect to review a number of policies here in Uganda related to land. And we expect that through this legislative role of the members of parliament, we also prioritize. And then the issue of appropriation. There are a number of items in the settlement of many of the land disputes. There is a lot of compensation where people would like governments to compensate them. But what will they use if what we appropriate to the land sector is almost nothing? Budgetary allocations need to come out clearly. But it is the members of parliament to keep questioning, how much have you allocated to this sector? How much has been allocated? For example, in Uganda, we have the land fund to compensate the absentee landlords. How much is it enough anyway? So the issue of appropriation, using our role as members of parliament to at least assign some reasonable budget and advocate for it. Otherwise, if we all keep quiet, the sector may get limited funding. So currently, we are in the process of establishing a strategic plan for the forum to guide the rest of the members of the parliament. But we are recognizing the fact that there is an there is a rise in land disputes in Uganda, probably in also other countries. We still have some colonial legacies where you find that they make the same piece of land to be owned by more than one person. And the border disputes are also becoming many. As countries, we have not defined our capacities. How many of the refugees are you able to sustain as a country? Look at your different countries. And how far have you, have you reached the capacity? Are you halfway? Is the population you have targeted, finished? Are you increasingly inviting more refugees? As countries, we need to define our capacities such that we do not put a lot of pressure on the natural resources we have, but also on land. And then the climate change related disasters are becoming many. Based on the research, over 70% of the disasters are now climate change related. And much of the effect on land actually is behind the change in land uses. Some land uses are cognizant of the vulnerabilities of some people, but others want to completely sweep away everybody, even when you're a legal tenant. So we would like to ensure that at least good enough when they list the interventions on climate change management, we hope that the issues related to land management as a resource are catered for, and our people, especially the vulnerable group, is still catered, and we're reducing on the disputes. But the issues of segregation, especially among women and girls, is still also a challenge. And this is increased by the cultural norms you are included, but actually you are excluded. When you're a girl, you will get from your husband. When you're at the husband's side, you came from somewhere. So you are not anywhere. And practically we see that. People may not say it, but in practice you see that they pretend to include us, but we already excluded. And then we would like to encourage all stakeholders to take part to ensure that the issues reach the national level. Sometimes I keep reminding some of the partners, how do you say you are in national advocacy without the parliament? Which national advocacy are you talking about when the parliament is not in your stakeholders? So let's involve the parliament to ensure that our issues are recognized nationally, even internationally. Right now, I'm not talking to the Ugandan parliament, all the Ugandan nationals alone, but the issues are going to the rest of the countries in the Eastern Horn of Africa. So we are very happy about the recognition of the policies and laws in place to help us nationally and internationally. And we would like you to get interested in working with Parliament more, because many of the challenges have hinted on the lack of implementation and enforcement. But as well as monitoring, also waking up those people in slumber. I think Parliament is good at that. So it is not good to run away from us, to hide away from us, or hide information. I know very many countries have conducted research, but sharing of the research results and reports becomes a challenge because they feel the research observations are sour, are bitter, are against the state interests. But we are also calling on the international bodies. IGAD, we shall be waiting on you to remind us. It is good to incorporate the state interests. But what happens when the state interests are against the populace interests? Who is going to tame and remind us, hello, Uganda, hello, Ethiopia, you have gone astray there. What you are advocating for is not for this. We are calling on you, international bodies, to keep reminding us, to wake us up if we are in slumber, thinking that we are for the people, when actually we are for personal interests and not even state interests. So thank you so much. The time I was accorded, few minutes. I hope I have made a point in here, and we are looking forward to improve the debate on land issues, especially governance and land dispute resolution. And the Bible says, make a joyful shout to the Lord. I think for us we should say, and we should commit to make a joyful, rejuvenated, committed, concern, redress to land issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my great pleasure to welcome the head of the IGAD mission here in Uganda to give us a couple of closing statements and also to invite our state minister. Please welcome Lucy Dax-Batcher. Big round of applause.
Thank you very much, my brother Mish. You're doing a very good job, and you are strong as all of us. We thank you. Excellencies, the Honorable Minister, my senior brother, Honorable Obiga Kania, the distinguished officials and experts of IGAD member states and EAC partner states present, the distinguished delegates from all our partner agencies who have organized this very high-level conference, also the distinguished experts of civil society, academia, the media, who have been part of this process. I would like again to say I'm deeply humbled to once again speak to you for a few minutes, because this has been a very useful journey in addressing one of the most important issues in peace, security, and regional integration of our region. And I would like to say on behalf of His Excellency, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, Dr. Workene Gebeyehu, we are deeply grateful to the government of Uganda. We are deeply grateful. Yesterday, Her Excellency, the Vice President, my sister, Jessica Lupo, was with us. The Honorable Minister for Lands, Honorable Nabakoba, was with us. The Chief Justice was with us. Honorable Minister, also several of your colleagues were with us, and very high-level distinguished officials of the governments of these member states. Honorable Minister, with your permission, I would like to make a remark for the sake of the distinguished participants and also our rapporteurs. You made mention of the transhumance protocol for IGAD region. Now, I would like, on behalf of the IGAD Secretariat, to request member states that you sign onto this protocol, ratify it so that we can implement it. You cannot implement a protocol which you have not signed and which you have not ratified yet. Graciously, the Republic of Sudan and the Republic of South Sudan have already signed the protocol. And we request the remaining 5 member states to do the same, because the transhumance protocol is one of the remedies, is one of the instruments that will support us to manage conflicts with regard to access to resources of water, pasture, and salt licks in our region. Secondly, Honorable Minister, Chief Guest, I would also like to inform member states it is the same with the IGAD protocol on free movement of persons in IGAD region. It is going through the same process. We request the remaining member states, the 5 member states, to also sign this protocol on free movement of persons in our region. Reason being that Article 16 of that protocol on free movement of persons in IGAD region exactly enjoins member states to support our citizens who are forcibly displaced in the situation of natural disasters and natural calamities, which, as you know, Honorable Minister, conflicts and natural disasters are cyclical and endemic in our region. And therefore, Article 16 of this protocol is very important. So I would like to request again the Ministries of Foreign Affairs to have internal dialogue towards the signing of both of these protocols, and I request the rapporteurs to take note of this. Excellency, Honorable Minister, we would like to express our deepest appreciation as IGAD Secretariat to the National Organizing Committee that has tirelessly worked towards the success of this conference. They started working together over 3 months ago, and my senior and distinguished sister, Naume, is here. She has been supporting us. We have given us sleepless nights, and we are really grateful. And I would really express gratitude also to the team at the ministry, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Lands, Minister of Health, Office of the President. The whole of government has given us a lot of support. And therefore, as IGAD Secretariat, I believe with the member states, we shall always come back to Uganda to do similar undertakings. Now, Excellency, I have a very humble action to do, and that is really to invite you to address us. You have been supporting us from the office, and now we have the honor to invite you here to address us. Welcome, sir.
I forgot to say that I'm supposed to address you and close the meeting. But she's right, because I have no intention of closing such a beautiful meeting. So actually, I'm going to reopen the meeting. And I want to ask our people the protocol to work with the Ministry of Lands and Foreign Affairs to find us that protocol which we are supposed to sign, ratify. And I want to assure IGAD that we will move at the highest speed that God gives us to make sure that we sign that protocol. I reluctantly don't want to refer to offices. I don't want to make some mistakes by omitting some people, but I'll simply say the members of parliament, representatives of development partners who are around, the government officials, all of you distinguished participants, the press, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to thank you for the discussions you have had for the last 2 days and the resolutions that you have passed thereon. The subject of land, a finite asset to humanity, is inevitable that it must generate conflicts, particularly when we see the increases in population and so forth. So it was only appropriate that you come here and you discuss on this very important issue and make the relevant resolutions that you have made. From the conflicts of land, many of our people in communities, not only now, but even in historical times, have suffered. And it is sad to know that there are more people suffering because of land conflicts now, in a generation that will proclaim itself more civilized than our forefathers. We know more, we have more facilities, we have better technology. So why should our people continue to suffer because of land conflicts? Why should we be unable to resolve them? However, we know there are land conflicts between families, friends, communities, and this must be addressed. You have passed a number of resolutions, and I'm reliably informed that these are going to be sent to the ministers in their meetings from tomorrow for further discussion. And on behalf of those ministers, I want to assure you that we shall try our best to make sure that they're adopted, improved, and taken to our countries to be implemented. You have talked about justice, access to justice, peace and security, land rights, climate change, food systems, realization of the ownership of rights to land for both men and women, girls and boys, inter-country or cross-border conflicts, and you have shared many experiences from each country. These are very fertile resources which will be able to enrich the discussions at the ministerial level. I think as far as the regions and the countries in IGAD are concerned, our enemies, let me call them enemies, I'm sorry, those who don't wish us well, must really be suffering, must be laughing at us. Because by nature, most of our countries are well endowed, very well endowed, with the rain, with the soils, with the climate, and yet we are now the people with worse land conflicts. Sometimes we're even unable to feed our own people because of land conflicts, changes in the climate. Why? So these are the issues that you have gathered here and for which you have tried to provide solutions. And we do hope they will go a long way in resolving the issue of land conflicts in our countries. On behalf of the government of Uganda, I want to thank the International Development Land Organization for supporting IGAD towards resolving land conflicts in the region. I pledge that Uganda will take the lead and ensure that the recommendations from this high-level meeting are incorporated in our national land policy, which is currently undergoing review. We have there's no time for me to go in the details. I don't know whether the Ugandan delegations gave you the details, but we have in my view, a very well constructed national land policy. What probably we are left with is approving it and forcing its implementation. And we should be able to address many of the issues that you have raised. For example, in Uganda, the issue of women being disenfranchised over the ownership of land at policy level has really been resolved. The land law itself is very clear. Recently, the government and the parliament, from which my sister addressed you here, passed the amendments to the marriage law and other relevant laws which have taken into consideration the Equal Opportunities Act. All those are provided for the entitlement of women and girls as far as land is concerned. Perhaps in Uganda, as I've said, our biggest challenge is implementation. And I promise you, from this conference, we've been working further to go and see how far we're implementing. The new recommendations will be the basis for implementation during the next 10 years of land conflict resolutions in Uganda. This, of course, will require financial support. And it will be in our interest, and indeed in the interest of all the governments of the IGAD region, to make sure that they look into their budgets and allocate adequate resources to cover for these financial resources, for these conflicts, resolution of these conflicts. Like I said at the beginning, land conflicts are there to stay. And if you don't resolve them, they can only escalate. And therefore, it is in the interest of the countries that they must allocate more resources to the resolution of land conflicts. And of course, we will appeal to our development partners to support us. But it is also important that we make our own efforts as well. I would like to appreciate all those who have contributed to the success of this high-level meeting. I particularly wanted to thank IGAD IGAD, you have done wonderful things in this country. Needless to say, I don't want to list them, but there are quite many. Personally, my first contact with the IGAD, I think, was in 1917, where we got involved in the resolution of our demarcation of our borders with the DRC. Just demarcation. That was causing a lot of conflicts. And there are still many in IGAD region. We're fighting over them instead of building one region which can become economically strong. Land conflicts. The issue of the one you discussed here about the war economy is related to land conflicts. So those must be resolved. Finally, I do hope, particularly for our visitors, that you have had a good time. I do hope. But there's nothing enough in Uganda. Even the little you have had is just little. I ask you, before you depart to your different destinations, secure a few more days to enjoy Uganda's wonderful flora and fauna. The hospitality is guaranteed for you. So don't miss it. I wish you a very good return thereafter to your various destinations. I have to do what I didn't want to do. For the sake of those who have already thought I've spoken too long, I now have the pleasure to declare this conference closed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our Honorable Minister of State. Wow. It's been an amazing 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who don't want to go home, I think we must listen to our Minister of State. Please book another 3 or 4 days to enjoy Uganda and the beauty that it has, the wildlife, the people, the places. Feel free to contact me because I know a lot of nice places to go and enjoy yourself. So pour toutes les personnes qui ne veulent pas partir à la maison, ne vous inquiétez pas, je sais où on peut partir se relaxer après. So faites-moi signe et je vous donnerai des directions. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure as you depart to just leave you with a few parting notes. First of all, I think it would only be fair that as we go, we thank the committee that put this entire thing together. Let's have them all stand up, the entire IGAD and IDEO team who put this entire thing together. Let's give them a big round of applause. They've done an amazing job. Thank you so much. It's been an awesome last 3 days. What's going to happen is that we've been putting together special videos. You've seen the clips. So we'll have the team from IDLO and from IGAD get you these clips. They'll send it to you. So you'll have a chance to be famous when you go back home. At the same time, we'd like to make a special announcement that tomorrow there's going to be a meeting of the directors. It's going to start at 9 a.m. It's a closed meeting for invitees only, and it's starting at 9 a.m. at the Regal Hall. So if you've been invited, demain, so pour tous les directeurs, ça commence à 9h du matin, en bas in the Regal Hall. So it's my great pleasure as Dr. Ronnie Michegwang, I'd like to wish you all safe travels. May God bless, and I hope to see you too. All right. Partez-vous bien.
you.